Welcome everyone to the Baltic Regulatory Affairs Virtual Conference 2024, titled this year ePI Today and Tomorrow, Challenges, Opportunities and Benefits. My name is Kristin Parts. I come from a social enterprise Speak Smart here in Estonia, where we help people with rational communication by training people, moderating events and leading different strategy processes. And I'm very happy to welcome all of you to today's conference. Electronic product information is something we will look at today. It is something that is touched by everyone, every person, most people, at least me, myself as well, even though I am not from the pharmaceutical industry, has at some point connection to different medicines. And thus information about what these medicines contain. What do I need to know before taking medicines? How these kind of issues are connected to the industry, how different kind of examples from other countries have worked out. What should we learn? What should be the next steps? What are the challenges that we must look at before taking these steps? What are the examples that we can use, practices that are going to benefit us? What is the way ahead in our society that is very much described by digitalization and new opportunities, but at the same time, challenges also arise. All of those topics will be in the center of today's presentations. And thus, hopefully by the end of today, we will have shared experience, more knowledge and insights for people working in this industry and beyond. I want to thank the Estonian partners who have come up with this event, mainly the Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers in Estonia, and also the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations for helping with today's event. As there are very many people joining today's event, which we're very happy about, we would like this event to be something that people can also connect with, even though it is a virtual event. And virtual events are excellent because they allow for us to come together without too many challenges. But at the same time, we would very much like to hear from people who are listening to today's conference. We would like our presenters to give you insights that are relevant to you. And because of that, for today's conference, we are using the Slido app to help us with questions that you can ask throughout the day. We will have several presentations in our morning session, after which we will have lunch, or you will have lunch or a break to do whatever you want to do, after which we will come back for more presentations, ending the day at around 3 o'clock. And throughout each of the presentations, you will have a chance to write down your questions into the Slido app and then ask those questions. I very much welcome you to also upvote questions that you see in the app, because that way I will know that these questions are actually relevant to the people listening to this conference. So therefore, hopefully you will engage as much as possible and we will get more insights and more targeted presentations for all the listeners today. But probably most or many of you are already familiar with the Slido app, or the Slido platform, but if not, then we also want to know where you are from and what are your thoughts coming into today's conference. So we're going to have a bit of a test drive with the Slido app as well. So if you go to slido.com and type the code of today's event, which is ePI 24, into the code section, you will be able to see a question there. Some of you I see have already found it. You will see a question of from which country are you attending today's conference. And in order for us to come together in this morning of the 7th of November and see where people are from, see how many of us are here at the moment, I would like to welcome you to answer that question there. So again, please, before we begin today, go to slido.com. There will be a slot there where you can enter the code. The code is ePI 24. This code will also be for you to This code will be for you, so you can also ask questions later throughout today's event. So I already see many people have found this app there and the place to write down your answers. We will present them to you shortly, but here's a moment of excitement as well. So I invite everyone to try the Slido app. So perhaps we can now see the results on the screen as well. I can already see them, you as well, in a second. There they are. So there are very many people from a lot of countries, of course, the Baltic states, which we expect, of course. But as we can see, there are a lot of people from very many different countries in Europe, and this is very exciting for us that we can all come together, share our ideas today. As you probably already seen our agenda for today, there are several examples from different countries in their challenges and road ahead with digitalization and the product information sphere. So very interesting to see so many of you from different countries here today. We would like to ask another question, just to, as we're now as acquainted as we can with the amount of people that we have, with the amount of time in our virtual conference. We would like to know what you do as regular people. Of course, a lot of you are from this industry, thus dealing with these issues more on a daily basis, but nevertheless, we would like to know how you, as a consumer, as a patient, as an everyday person, how much do you use product information today that is written down on paper? So take a moment, think about the last time you also used product information on paper. And again, if you missed our last question, please go to slido.com. There you can see the slot where you can write down the code that we will use throughout the day. So it's ePI 24, and there you can answer the question. You can now take a moment, but I think we can already see the results on the screen as well, as a lot of you have already had the chance to answer the question. Well, it appears that even though there are a lot of people joining us today, no one can say that they've never read one. There's some people who read it every day, but as I see that product information is relevant for people when they have to take new medicine or they have drugs that they have not tried before. So this is an interesting step into the day. Also, we can see that there are a proportion of people who already use electronic versions. So we will talk a lot about how these possibilities are open to us today, what could be the future, and what challenges, but also opportunities lie in that future. So if you have not yet had the moment, then slido.com, the code there is ePI 24, and you should see this question asked from you. I want to thank all of you for engaging in this very short introduction today. It is a good feedback from us, knowing where you are from and what is this opening moment for us here together as well, that even though we are virtual today, we still are together on this platform. But you are not here to listen to me, although we have a lot of interesting presenters today who have come here today to give their perspective on the question of ePI. What is the situation we are in today, and what do we see as the future? So firstly, we have a welcoming address or an opening address from Heleni Mäe. Heleni Mäe is a legal advisor at the Estonian State Agency of Medicine. And she is also the coordinator of the reform of the European pharma law in Estonia's State Agency of Medicine. Heleni, we welcome you.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing team for inviting Estonian State Agency of Medicines to give an overview of initial proposal Commission has made regarding electronic package leaflet. Commission adopted a proposal for a new directive and new regulation, which revise and replace the existing general pharmaceutical legislation. The purpose of the reform is to reduce the regulatory burden and providing a flexible regulatory framework to support innovation and competitiveness. The proposed revisions aim to simplify the regulatory framework and improve its effectiveness and efficiency, thereby reducing the administrative costs borne by companies and competent authorities. The Commission has said that the reduction of the regulatory burden will be ensured by measures simplifying regulatory procedures and improving digitization. The use of electronic and technological possibilities other than paper package leaflets can facilitate access to medicinal products distribution, and should always guarantee equal or better quality of information to all patients compared to the paper form of product information. As we are talking about the electronic package leaflet today, our focus is on the proposal of directive. It's called Proposal for a Directive on the Union Code relating to medicinal products for human use and repealing Directive 2001/83/EC and Directive 2009/35/EC. And you can find it under the given link. This is the initial text proposed by the Commission. Changes in the text are expected during the negotiations in the Council of Europe. This is the way it looks today. It is the public document, and by now the proposal has been translated into all member states' languages as well, so everybody can read it. The most important article of proposal for us today is Article 63, which regulates general principles on package leaflet. As you can see, the paragraphs 1, 2, and 4 are essentially the same as in the current directive. The principles remain the same, but in paragraph 3, it says that member states may decide that the package leaflet shall be made available in paper format or electronically or both. So it gives member states opportunity to opt for based on their particular readiness to replace the paper leaflet. If member state does not regulate the introduction of the electronic package leaflet domestically, it means a package leaflet in paper format shall be included in the packaging of the medicinal product. Where member state decides that the package leaflet should be made available in principle only electronically, they should also ensure that the paper version of the package leaflet is to be made available on demand and without additional cost to patients. Member states should also ensure that the information in digital format is easily accessible to all patients. For instance, by including in the auto packaging of the product a digitally readable barcode, which would direct the patient to the electronic version of the package leaflet. Paragraph 5 gives the Commission the power to adopt delegated acts to amend paragraph 3 by making the electronic version of the package leaflet mandatory. With this act, it will also establish the patient's right to a printed copy of the package leaflet upon request and free of charge. The power to adopt delegated acts shall be conferred on the Commission for a period of 5 years from the date of the entry into force of this directive. Commission has commented that member states have varying levels of digital literacy and internet access. In addition, patient and healthcare professional needs may differ. It is therefore necessary that member states have a discretion on the adoption of measures enabling the electronic provision of product information, while ensuring that no patient is left behind. taking into account the needs of different age categories and the different levels of digital literacy in the population, and making sure that product information is easily accessible to all patients. Member states should progressively allow the possibility for electronic product information while ensuring full compliance with the rules on protection of personal data and adhere to harmonized standards developed at EU level. Estonia has said in the public position of the government that we support the wider use of digital technologies in submitting the mandatory documentation accompanying the medicine. We also said that ensuring the availability of medicinal product information, the EU should consider establishing the obligation of an electronic package leaflet sooner than the 5-year deadline stipulated in the proposal. Paragraph 6 stipulates that to establish common standards for the electronic version of the package leaflet, the Commission shall adopt implementing acts, taking into account available technologies. As the data protection regulation is under heightened scrutiny, it is brought in pharma law, and paragraph 7 stipulates that where the package leaflet is made available electronically, the individual right to privacy shall be ensured. Any technology giving access to the information shall not allow the identification or tracking of individuals, nor shall it be used for commercial purposes. Article 64 of Proposal of Directive established the content of package leaflet. The package leaflet shall be drawn up in accordance with the summary of product characteristics and include the particulars listed in Annex 6. It is also required that a standardized text referred to in Article 106, paragraph 1 shall be included for all medicinal products. The package leaflet shall reflect the results of consultations with target patient groups to ensure that it is legible, clear, and easy to use. This is the Annex 6 previously referred to, and you can also find it in proposal. It is called Contents of Package Leaflet, and it stipulates the list of information the package leaflet shall contain. This is the way it looks today as proposed. This is not the full document, it's actually a little bit longer. The Commission has set out several objectives for the proposal to add electronic capabilities and brought this out in recitals of proposal. In addition to the existing paper leaflets, electronic product information will ensure accurate information to patients in their own language through electronic leaflets and help address shortages through the easier redirection of stocks to countries that need them. Additionally, electronic package leaflet makes it easier to use of multi-language packages, which can be a tool for access to medicinal products, in particular for small markets and in public health emergencies. Where multi-language packages are used, Member States may allow the use on the labeling a package leaflet of an official language of the Union that is commonly understood in the Member States where the multi-language package is marketed. The development of technology creates more favorable conditions in all areas, in every sense. Nobody knows yet where the negotiations in the Council of Europe will lead, but hopefully this proposal will turn into a directive that is favorable for everyone and keeps up with the times. So this was my short presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helena, for this introduction. And I think it was a very good framework for the rest of the conference that we're having. So we heard about proposed legislation, we heard about objectives, and I think this is something that shows the road ahead very well. So thank you for that. We are moving on to longer presentations that we have prepared for you for today. And firstly, we will welcome Siini Eskola, who is the Director Regulatory Strategy of the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations. She has previously been a Global Regulatory Project Manager and Submission Manager in AstraZeneca, and also the Executive Director of the Finnish Pharmacists Society. And Siini will talk to us about views of how to future-proof the EU general pharmaceutical legislation and what role does the electronic product information play in that. But before, Siini, just a quick reminder to you that we're using the Slido app. So if you go to slido.com, there you can see a slot for the code. The code is ePI 24, and we will strongly encourage and welcome your questions there. Also, have a look there throughout the presentations for today. If you see questions that also speak to you and insights you would also like to receive, then please vote up those questions so that we would know what are the questions that are most relevant to you. And after each presentation, we will have a short moment where we can ask these questions from our presenters. So thank you in advance for that. But now, moving on, we welcome Siini Eskola.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the kind invitation to contribute to this very interesting conference. And I was delighted to see so many people all over the Europe joining today. So hopefully it will be an interesting content for you when I go through a little bit of FBS key priorities in the revision of the EU general pharmaceutical legislation, with, of course, concentration on what does the electronic product information provision entail to us as an industry, but also to patients and other stakeholders. And I'm trying to change the slide. There we go. And what would be a European Trade Association presentation without at least a little bit of politics in the beginning? So all of you are aware that this year, 2024, has truly been a year of elections. Just this week, an election across the other side of the bond, but in the European Union, we've had the European Parliament elections in June, and now the Commission, the European Commission, is set for 5-year mandate. The commissioners are currently being interrogated, questioned here in Brussels, where I'm based, and hopefully then confirmed for the 5-year period very soon. So the work can get started. But the previous months have been very interesting, of course, welcoming any new MEPs into the Brussels bubble, but also anticipating the Commission 5-year working plan. And for health, it has meant quite some positive news. It has been illustrated in many of the manifestos of the different political parties, but also the leaders of the European Union are looking into how to make prosperous and competitive Europe, where the different sectors, including pharmaceuticals, are some of the key contributors of the European well-being. And here a few more words from European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen political guidelines that are also published and publicly available. There is a European life science strategy, which is for the first time actually so prominently part of the work plan for the European Commission. You can see on the right side, something called a Draghi report. Everybody's talking about Draghi report. What is it? It's Draghi. Mr. Draghi is European, previous European bank president, and was asked by the Commission to deliver a very comprehensive overview of what might be the bottlenecks of the European economic area, European Union, for actually making the new technologies available for patients, how the pharmaceuticals fit in it. And we can see there a lot of points that he has made about maximizing the impact of a European health database, to give an example, streamlining and managing multi-country trials, better use of artificial intelligence, but also other things, calling for better investments, and absolutely the streamlining the European regulatory framework for pharmaceuticals is part of the calls that he has made. So why I'm bringing it up here today, it's important to realize the political will and wish is always needed if we are going to make any progress. So I think in the times when it's a bit dark, and we're a bit desperate on where this world is going, I think here the good news is that the health is on the top of the priorities of the EU decision makers, and therefore the revision of the pharmaceutical legislation is also coming very timely now. A few more words about the background and why we need to put efforts in actually making changes for the pharmaceutical framework in the EU. Around 20, 30 years ago, Europe was sort of called a pharmacy of the world. A lot of active pharmaceutical ingredients were researched and discovered in this region, but that trend has changed. Only 1/5 of the new novel active pharmaceutical ingredients actually are discovered in EU, whereas half of them are generated from the US. You can also see a big gap difference between the investments, whereby the US has really taken the race and is the one where the investments flow. That, of course, is not a good news, because for risky business as making pharmaceuticals, discovering them, you really need that big pool of investments, as we pay for failure all the time as well, wanting to find those that actually then succeed in the end. It's difficult. Another remarkable difference between our region and others is the time that it takes to assess a new medicine or even an indication. You can see here the latest SIRS key metric data around the average timeline that it takes for global regulators to assess a new molecule, where Europe is the slowest one. Of course, here we inheritedly have a different system. This is not a one country, it's a network of countries, and that's how the EU regulatory network, together with the European Medicines Agency, operate too. So it obviously brings different decision makings in a different way. On the other hand, these are the numbers what the global CEOs are looking. They look for where to launch first, how to make the regulatory strategies, and these key metrics pop up prominently there. Also, another key metric is how much does the region provide the different tools to expedite those promising molecules, which can in sometimes cure a disease, cell and gene-based therapies, for instance, and the expedited pathways in EU are not in use. Although they exist, like accelerated assessment or support for development through PRIME, even conditional marketing authorization could be considered as one. And you see there that the use of that is minimal, which of course contributes to a slower access to patients. So this is just a bit of a problem statement. Why do we need to change? Why is there a need for Europe to put efforts in actually closing this competitive gap, which is important for investments, for patients, for the developers that are operating in the EU. And well, Helena was able to mention already the very basics of what does the pharmaceutical legislation actually constitute to, so I'm not going to spend so much time on this. I think one thing to point out is that the two different legislations which have been previously governed and their own for orphan medicines, so for rare diseases, and the pediatric medicines for children, those legislations will become part of one. So we'll have one directive union code relating to the medicinal products, and then we have a regulation that lays down the procedures and authorization and supervision of those medicinal products. And there, the orphans and pediatrics are now part of the one. What does the innovative industry then think about this revision? It's of course a core piece of legislation. So we've been, even before many years ago, starting to look at what is the things that we'd like to achieve to future-proof the legislative framework in EU. And really starting from the life cycle perspective of the medicine, from discovery, we have obviously always the unmet medical need that needs to be fulfilled. No development as such happens without consideration of what does it do, what is the target. This piece of legislation, the biggest change is actually the revision of that definition of unmet medical need. And it's very important because that definition is linked to, first of all, eligibility for different expedited pathways or prime, but also for incentives. So that's a big part, and we'd like it to be, of course, governing all different types of developments and innovations. So hoping it to be broad and applicable in different contexts. Then the incentives framework is, of course, the core for investors, what they are looking, and also brings predictability to a developer for this risky medicine development business. So we hope that that is rather strengthened than reduced. Optimizing the regulatory framework. So that's all about the electronic product information as well. But we hope that there are several points, I'm going to go through them quickly, what we can address through this revision to make it streamlined, to make it future-proof, to make it competitive. We should not miss the chance now to make those changes for the benefit of the European patient in the end. For the manufacturing, there is a piece, of course, around the availability. So shortages are a real threat to the system, and the supply chain strengthening is something that, of course, after COVID was also in highlight. And the general pharma legislation now introduces some new requirements, provisions for all stakeholders to fulfill and trying to make a difference there. And then, of course, the access is an important piece, very political as such, how to make that happen in Europe. It's not only important to have the regulatory approval, but you also have to have the health technology assessment information evidence so that you can get the right pricing and reimbursement decision. So these are the key pillars that innovative industry in EU is working on and has been working in collaboration with the different stakeholders. Quickly on the key regulatory provisions, what are those for innovative pharmaceutical industry? I mentioned already the focus on timely and expertise-driven assessment is very important. Increase use of expedited pathways to actually accelerate the access to patient. Electronic information in a couple of slides later, more details on that. There is a new provision about regulatory sandbox. It's a welcome change, which should allow the different kinds of new, maybe combined health technologies to be assessed in a safe way, whereby we cannot anticipate what kind of innovation we might have in even 10 years, where AI might change things dramatically. But now when it's part of the general pharma legislation, it allows both the developer but regulator, hopefully, to have that space where they can address things that are not part of the legislation. So the sandbox is all about that, but also with guardrails and safeguards on how you can do it in a responsible way. Drug device combinations, 1/4 of the pipeline are this kind of products today, and there is a clear gap in the legislation where, for instance, the right expertise cannot be used in scientific advice because of the legislative hurdle. So notified bodies in the EU are the other regulators who then have that expertise on devices and diagnostic and companion diagnostic, and this is a chance to actually address the gap. And also a lot has been talked about autonomy of the marketing authorization holder to create evidence for their products, for developing it further, but also the other stakeholders can have evidence regulators or third-party data. What are the roles and responsibilities there? It's important to have that clear. Again, Elena went through the provisions on the electronic product information. And if you remember something detailed of the directive, it's the Article 63. So that's the provision that sets the requirements on what is going to happen. And I think here it's positive that it is there. It allows us to move towards the electronic product information. But what the industry has been really thinking about is that there are some problematic things part of it, but maybe something that can be resolved in the implementation phase. But something that we felt is that the EC, that refers to European Commission, they propose quite a difficult scenario for implementation, where the gradual implementation driven by the member state readiness, while we understand it, could be very difficult to operationalize. And a pan-European approach to actually apply the electronic product information, potentially taking a smart approach of facing it in a certain way. For instance, healthcare professional administered products could go first, because even today in hospitals you don't have really the patient information leaflet in paper at any point. So we thought that a smart implementation could take that phased approach and take those low-hanging fruits at first, but it's not part of it as the provision is now presented in the legislative text. And then what we also feel is that the full implementation of the ePI might take a long time, due to the fact that member states are allowed by themselves to define the time. And maybe it's going to be only after 10 years that we actually have the electronic product information fully implemented in EU. And that's a long time. That's a long time to wait. So we're looking for ways on how we can progress a bit faster. So industry proposals are sort of summarized here. We'd really like that gradual implementation to be considered. And as I said, going maybe first with the healthcare professional administered products to start with the low-hanging fruit. The common standards, I think today there are EMA colleagues who will talk more about it. It's important because if we have a various different standards for information, it poses a lot of complications in operationalizing that, and maybe even puts the patients in a not an equal way between the countries. So we're hoping that there will be a common way that the EU will take in a harmonized way how the electronic product information is implemented. And I think here then the next one around the member state by member state implementation, that's accepted and we understand the reasons for that. But on the other hand, industry believes that there should be some deadlines given as well, because otherwise the period of the hybrid world, where you have certain countries with paper only and some with electronic only, puts quite a lot of burden to the operationalization, and also, again, patients in a different position on how they can have their medicinal information provided to them. And I think here the last point is super important, finding that digital inclusive solution to everyone as needed, but also not leaving anybody behind. So there is a clear need to find a way how those paper leaflets can be still provided to those who cannot, for a reason or another, read or access the electronic version of the patient information. There is a lot of ongoing discussion about the electronic product information today. A great example where we from different countries come together to exchange experience and views and positions. But there are some concerns which I try to summarize here. I think for a reason or another, there are several stakeholders objecting still phasing out the paper leaflets. And printing the electronic product information has been the main concern for EC, Commission, and EP, the Parliament. How will that work? And of course, implementation guidance can be put in place, but we already have to start thinking about the solutions. What are those, and how do they maybe differ from country to another, or can we make smart proposals and commitments to make it happen? We understand that today the community pharmacists are not keen on printing the leaflets in pharmacies. I'm a pharmacist myself, and I'm always wondering what is driving this. Is it because the pharmacists want to have a better clinical role in their interaction with the patients, and think that printing something will take away that time from the patient? How I see it is that with the electronic product information available, it creates a stronger bond between the healthcare professional and the patient. And should the patient need them, they also will appreciate a lot that they get it from their healthcare professionals. But we are not, I think, yet there. But discussion continues. And industry very much understands that the printing solution needs to be there because nobody cannot be left behind. The product information is the key one that the whole product development is sort of targeting to, that it is as clear. It's of course needs to be factual, legally factual as well, and that's the sort of the goal of your product in the end. Somewhere where you summarized how the medicine is supposed to be used responsibly, and avoiding side effects or informing if they occur. So it's super important piece. And I think here what we'd like to see is that we have to together, in multi-stakeholder manner, continue to reflect the implementation of the electronic product information within the countries, of course, but also together as European countries. How are we going to put this in place, and what are the ways? FBA has been organizing over the years stakeholder roundtables to bring together different stakeholders to discuss general pharmaceutical legislation, and we continue to do that. And there is one now in a couple of weeks going to be held here in Brussels about the electronic product information, where we want to discuss with stakeholders about those different printing solutions, and how does that replacement of paper to electronic actually going to take place. So stay tuned. We try to be also communicative, so hopefully there is an outcome that can be then shared with everyone who are not able to take part in that. And then lastly, a few more words about the electronic product information, and showing the key priority for the industry. And here you see the different materials and different positions that have been developed over already many years. And here FBI is not only talking and working alone. We are partnering with generics, biosimilar industry, Medicines for Europe in Europe, as well as the self-care product industry represented by ASGB, and we have an inter-association task force for a long time, only concentrating on advancing the electronic product information. And you can see here what are the different aspects that we try to consolidate the industry views and suggestions, so moving towards EPI, technological implementation, what's the right content for product information, and how to support the multi-country packs. And a lot being developed. So if you want to know something more in detail, please feel free to contact me and we can provide these papers. Some of them are also in publicly available on the website, so easy to access for further information. Okay, and with that, I'm going to end with just a summary of where are we with this legislation, how long will it I wanted to say first about where we are with the council. So in Europe, there are 3 institutions that need to decide upon any piece of new legislation, and those are the Commission, who initiates the text, the European Parliament, who needs to position themselves, as well as the European Council, which is the council represented by the member states. And council discussions are currently ongoing. Here you see the summary of what has been already discussed: incentives, highly debated, supply chain related issues, but also some of the regulatory provisions. We're not too happy where the council is headed to. It's a closed door conversation, so we don't have all the details, but unfortunately it seems that member states, for a reason or another, are taking steps backwards in many of these future-proofing elements, maybe due to resource issues of today, which we fear will be an obstacle for moving forward in the future. So let's hope not. Negotiations are still there, and the ePI has not been discussed, as previously said, yet. And the next slide is for your, if I can move it there, for your information about the timelines. And the council is always governed by the council presidency country. Currently, it is Hungary. Next year, it will be Poland and Denmark. If things go well, the council will arrive to its position on all of the aspects of the legislation, which means that the trialogues will start between these 3 institutions. And yes, it's a long process. We speculate that earliest possible application of the revised legislation might take place in 2027 and 2028. But in the meantime, it's really important that all stakeholders stay engaged, or are already thinking about the implementation, although we don't have the final text. EPI is there to stay. That provision will not be taken away. How it's going to be reading is still a question mark, but we can already start thinking about the ways to implement. And with the last one, I end my presentation. We need a globally competitive regulatory system in the EU. There are very good elements, part of the Commission proposal, which Parliament supported. We hope Council, through Member States, are able to also support this, of course, including EPI. And we need to really take this political backwind, positive wind with us on concentration on health, and really arrive to a future-proof, streamlined, competitive framework for pharmaceuticals in the EU. So, Aita, Baldis, Achu, thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take already now. Let me check the slide.
Thank you, Sini, for your presentation. It was very informative, and we do have a few questions. We have a limited amount of time, so I'll just take one, but I think that there are a few that are quite similar. So perhaps this is like a hybrid question from there. So someone has written down that it is great that Estonia shows intent to implement EPI sooner than the mandatory 5 years. How to ensure that more countries, ideally all in EU, would take the similar approach. And someone else has commented that who should be or would be the leading organization ensuring that EPI is implemented in a harmonized way. So I think the harmony is a relevant interest here in the comment section. So how will you comment on that?
Yeah, so it's great that there are countries like Estonia that are regarded as forerunners. So we hope that just with that and really being transparent and pretty vocal about how you're going to do it is important, that information is shared. It can be shared between the member state, between the regulators, but of course through industry like we share through FBA, through our national member association. So I think with that, you get countries with you, maybe Nordics, for instance, together with Baltics, can try to find a coalition to do it faster because there is internet readiness and it's evident and fact-based as well that the readiness in North is better to move to electronic product information than in South of Europe, for instance. So things like that are very important. Who should take the lead? A good question. We'd like that maybe there is still some amendments to the legislative text that will state more clearly and shorten a little bit of that implementation timeline. Without deadline, we all know it. You have a project without a deadline, it can take forever. So I think maybe there the real legislative push could be needed. But then who shall take the lead? I think on the harmonized standards, European Medicines Agency would be my bet, who could take the lead in that, of course, in collaboration with the European Regulatory Network from the countries, liaison with the stakeholders too, because we can help to make it feasible. I think you can discuss throughout the conference then who could be that party that takes it. We don't have any position as such on that.
Thank you, Siini Eskola, for your time and your presentation. We are now moving on, but I think Siini gave us an interesting bridge to the next presenters as well, as we are looking at the European Medicine Agency next. However, just a quick comment from my side. There was a question on Slido about the presentations and will they be shared. We cannot give an answer on that specifically now. However, we can say that the recording of today's conference will be uploaded to the website, and it will stay and remain and shared to you as well. So you will be able to look at the information that you gained from here today in the future as well. However, as I said, we are moving on, and we are moving on to the European Medicine Agency. We have two presenters from there. Firstly, Dr. Juan Garcia Burgos, who is the head of Public and Stakeholders Engagement Department, and also Elizabeth Scanlon, the Scientific Communication Officer and EPI Product Owner. And they are going to speak about EPI for human medicines in the EU by the European Medicines Agency.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting the European Medicines Agency to be here and to complement to the previous presentation and to give an update on where we are on EPI. So my name is Juan García Burgos, as has been introduced. I'm the the business owner of EPI, of Electronic Product Information. I have been working along with Elizabeth Scanlon, who is the product owner, EPI on developing and implementing EPI in Europe from the European Medicines Agency. And I think this presentation is very timely because it's now that we have finalized the pilot, including real products at the level of the central authorized products, so by EMA, but also involving national authorized products from what we call pioneers member states who were willing to join the pilot. So we are very, very pleased to give you an update on which is a little bit the preliminary results of this pilot and where we are and which are next steps. And I think I'm going to give the floor to Elizabeth Scanlan, who is going to go through the presentations, and afterwards we are happy, both of us, to answer any question.
Thank you, Juan. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Good, excellent. Thanks for the opportunity to present. I see a lot of exciting presenters here, and I want to give you the overview, as Juan was mentioning, of where we are. And I always start by giving our definition of ePI, the reason being that ePI in a lot of different areas means something different, and sometimes people can discuss ePI in the context of PDF online. So in our case, we defined what ePI is for our initiative, and we have this definition in our key principles document. And what the definition is, that our ePI for us is the summary of product characteristics for the healthcare professionals, the package leaflet for the patients, and the labeling made available in an electronic format, in a harmonized electronic format, the EU ePI common standard. And this allows the information to be much more easily adapted for electronic handling, dissemination, via the web, via e-platforms, and also via print. And this definition is in this document, as I mentioned, which underwent a very extensive stakeholder consultation. And that actually one of the main purposes of this document is to outline the benefits that our stakeholders want ePI to deliver. So this document is really what we are looking at whenever we have to make any decisions on development. We look back to see what are the principles, what are the benefits we want to deliver, so that we ensure anything that we are working on is going to deliver those benefits and is going towards that end. And of course, the key benefits are around patient and healthcare professional accessibility of the product information. Patients and healthcare professionals want to receive the information up to date, in a timely manner, at the point of need, in the preferred language, and also in the preferred format, be that paper, on a tablet, on a phone, in their clinical decision support system. So these rapid updates of information, links to the appropriate languages, ability to search the information, ability to get alerts when the information changes, and very importantly, the information being made accessible to users who may have print impairments and want to have the information in other formats or with larger font, etc. So these are really the key benefits that we work towards. Not to say that there aren't, of course, benefits also for companies and regulators. Companies and regulators also need to access the information in those documents, and being able to more easily access the information, more easily search for the information, is also going to provide a lot of administrative efficiencies for companies and for regulators as well. We have many use cases, and just one, for example, that we often think of is during signal validation. If there is a new signal, the first step is to look in the product information to see if this signal is already known or is already a known effect, and being able to access the information and search the information more quickly in an electronic format will increase the efficiencies. But this is just one of many potential benefits that we can have from the electronic product information. We see at the moment issues we're having in Europe with shortages, and being able to provide the information in multiple languages as medicine packages move between countries to mitigate shortages is also another very important benefit. So thinking about these benefits, having participated, having had the stakeholder consultation, we then consider, as the European Medicines Agency and as the European Medicines Regulatory Network, which includes the agencies of the member states and the European Commission, what is the role that we can play? because EPI, it's an ecosystem and there are many different players. And we need to consider, as everybody, we have a certain finite amount of resources, we need to consider what the best place to put our resources is. So how we see our role in the EPI initiative and the areas that we are focusing on are those that are detailed here on this slide. So first of all, as just mentioned previously, we are really involved in setting standards. So we see that EMA and the Medicines Regulatory Network are in a good position to decide on a standard to enable harmonization for EPI across the EU. So one agency isn't asking for one standard and then another agency asking for a slightly different standard. So we want to improve the efficiency of the harmonization across the EU. So we play a role here. Secondly, we are involved in defining the business processes. When is EPI created? Who is creating the EPI? How is the EPI submitted to the regulator? How is the EPI managed as the assessment is going on? How is the EPI published and made available? So all the business processes around that, which of course includes all the different types of EU regulatory procedures, need to be modified and be extended to incorporate EPI. So this is also an important part of our work. And then thirdly, we are, of course, this is the real conviction that we have, is that we want to be able to make the EPI data widely accessible to whoever needs to access that data. So we want to facilitate dissemination so that member states, so that companies, app developers, software developers of healthcare systems can access the information easily. So this is also what we want to do and what we're working towards. So on the first point regarding standards, one of the first pieces of work in our initiative was to decide on the EU EPI common standard. So this is a standard that has now been agreed by all the medicines agencies in the EU. So we developed a standard for EPI and then we had the standard adopted by the Medicines Regulatory Network. So this means that the member states have agreed this is the standard we should use going forward to create EPI. So this is a fantastic milestone because it means that we are all on the same page with the standard and we will have a harmonized EPI. We will not have any changes in standard which would impede the flow of data across the EU member states. And why is harmonization important? Harmonization is important so, as I mentioned, data can flow across between member states. This allows regulators to collaborate easily and creates efficiencies. This also supports EU citizens as they move between countries. This also ensures that EU citizens will have access to EPI wherever they are in Europe. So to avoid creating inefficiencies, this standard is very important. Now, it's based on an international standard called FHIR, and this is a word a lot of people have heard about FHIR, and FHIR is very, very topical at the moment. It is an international standard for healthcare resources that is being very widely adopted, not just for EPI, indeed, for many, many other healthcare use cases in hospitals and for patient health records and so on. So to create the standard, we looked at FHIR, we saw the resources that were there, we decided how to adapt them for the EPI use case, and this resulted in the generation of the EPI common standard. So for the technical details, these are available on the Product Lifecycle Management portal of the Medicines Regulatory Network, and there's a freely available implementation guide there on the standard. So we have a standard, we have a great milestone, but the next stage is that we need to put it to work. It's still only a paper exercise until we create something real. So having had the standard adopted, this really gave us the endorsement we needed to move forward with development. So about 2 years ago, we started development of EPI functionality, and this is housed at the Product Lifecycle Management portal that I mentioned earlier. The Product Lifecycle Management portal is sort of a one-stop shop for data management for companies It's relatively new portal, so functionality is being added all the time. Electronic application forms are there, for example, and the product data held in PMS can be viewed there. And this is where the ePI functionality lives. And what we have there are tools that companies can use to create and manage their ePI. They can create an ePI using an interface where they can do rich text editing and add tables and images. They can have drafts of their ePI, they can delete it, they can submit it to the regulator. So ePI can be created and managed here. If companies want to create their own ePI and import it, the ePI can be created by companies, and we have functionality now that the FHIR can be imported directly into the portal. And then from there, they can go ahead and submit to the EU regulator. ePI, once created, can also be exported to the FHIR format or to Word formats. So this is going to be a really crucial area going forward for the companies and for the regulators. But not least, another part of this development was also to create a repository. So we have a FHIR repository, which is where the ePIs, once they are published by the regulators, are then stored. And from this repository, we have an application programming interface. And this application programming interface will be publicly available. So this is really the part I was talking about, the third part I was talking about dissemination. App developers, member states, websites, companies can come to the API and they can access the EPI data and use it for their research, to create their software, to inform their systems. So this is going to be a really, really useful resource going forward. So having created a minimum viable product at the PLM portal, so really we do not have a very extravagant bells and whistles application yet. It's still quite new, it's still quite early. So it's still what we call a minimum viable product. But rather than really continue developing and tweaking things and trying to decide what the priorities are, we decided very early to move into a pilot. And you'll be hearing actually after us from one of our pilot participants. So it was really eager, motivated, and early adopters who we were very grateful to for participating in our pilot. And why we decided to have the pilot so early on was, first of all, we wanted ourselves at EMA and the national regulators to try using EPI in live procedures, because we also had a business process that we want to test, as well as the software, as well as the standard. So the regulators wanted to see how this would work. Also, we wanted companies to come and participate, create and manage EPI, and see, does it work for them? Do things work as we have anticipated? So we wanted to have feedback from participating companies. And this ultimately helps us on the EPI team to decide what are the real requirements that we need, how important are certain things, what things need to be done now, what things can wait, and ultimately inform the roadmap towards implementation. And we kept the pilot simple, as it was still early days. So we worked with relatively short procedures, and we did not have complex parallel procedures in the pilot. And also for CAPS, we worked with English only, because we still have a piece of work to do on translations and translators. And the best part of the pilot was that EMA was involved in the pilot with a small number of centralized procedures, but we also had the involvement of the agencies of Spain, Denmark, the Netherlands, and Sweden. Now, Spain, my Spanish colleague, who also runs the project with me, you'll hear from him this afternoon a little bit more about Spain's developments in these areas. But the Spanish agency are very active, and the Danish, the Dutch, and the Swedish agencies are very active and early adopters and very interested and on board with all the development and technologies. So we were able to test not just for centralized procedures, but also for national procedures as well. And we ran the pilot for a year. So we have only just finished in August, and in total we published 23 EPIs during the pilot. So just under 5 per NCA. We had 5 EPIs published for central procedures, and the remainder were published for national MRP or DCP procedures. And we have, the companies involved actually created the EPIs at the beginning of the procedure, managed the EPIs throughout the procedure, and then the regulators involved published once the procedure was complete. And the published EPIs can be viewed on the PLM portal. So please feel free to go and visit the PLM portal and view the EPIs there. There's no need to log in. You can simply go to and look for published EPIs. So the key thing is, of course, that the pilot was a success in that all the procedures that participated, that had positive outcomes, had published EPIs. So we didn't identify any blocking aspect to any of our developments, to the business process, to the software, to the standard. So we consider the pilot to be a success. And of course, we also collected plenty of data. So we have a pilot report in preparation, and this is going to detail the outcomes, how the participants felt, and what remains to be done. So what could be improved, what could be changed, and what needs to be completed before we can implement into real business. So as I mentioned, the pilot outcomes analysis and report is currently in preparation. We also need to work on extending the business process. So as I mentioned, we carried out the pilot on some shorter and straightforward procedures, but we're actively working on defining the business processes for EPI creation for all regulatory procedures. We're also moving forward with development of the functionality we still need that has been prioritized and that we're learning that we need also from the outcomes of the pilot. And I think there is going to be a considerable amount of ongoing change management needed as we move towards implementation. Now, I want to mention, because I know that, of course, there are many projects going on across the European Medicines Regulatory Network, and often people may feel that we are working without, maybe taking advantages of what's going on with other projects. But this is not the case. So we are working in a value stream. So EPI is not working alone. We are working very closely together with all the other initiatives going on at the Medicines Regulatory Network that are relevant to us, such as, for example, electronic application forms, such as PMS, which is the data for medicines, such as UPD, which is the vet data. So many other systems also use FHIR, also use the PLM portal. They're also involved in the life cycle of the product. So we are working very closely. Our planning takes place in collaboration with the other product teams. We collaborate together very closely on many things. We utilize the synergies from the other products. So we are benefiting from the work that's going on throughout the network. And finally, I would like to mention that it's very important for us to update and be transparent with all our stakeholders. So we have relatively recently, with the introduction of agile project management methodology in the network, started to do system demos. And this is a real step forward for transparency and engagement. Every 3 months, we have live demos on YouTube where we show exactly what we've developed in the previous 3 months. And there is no need to have any special invitation or login. The demos are available for anyone to attend. Our most recent demo was on the 18th of September and the recording is available. And our next demo will be on the 12th of December. So we really invite you, if you're interested to know right up to the minute what's going on in the project, please feel free to attend the demos and you can access them via the EMA website. So we have a lot of other very interesting speakers, including our pilot participant and IMI Gravitate later, and the Spanish agency, and many, many exciting things. So I'm very grateful that we were invited and given the opportunity to present here. Looking forward to hearing the other presentations as well, and to taking any questions that you might have.
Thank you for this presentation, giving us an insight and giving information about the pilot as well. A few questions that we've gotten from our listeners. So firstly, do you interact with other regions, competent authorities to find the global standards for product information?
This is a very good question, and a lot is happening across the globe. So we, of course, are very closely collaborating with the network, but we have bilaterals with other agencies, including agencies that are ahead in terms of introduction of EPI, such as the Japanese agency. And we collaborate and communicate with other regions. But another very important way of working towards a global standard is via the HL7 Standards Development Organization. So as I mentioned, EPI is based on FHIR, and by definition, FHIR is a global international standard for healthcare resources. So through these standards development organizations is also a very important way of working towards more common standards globally as well as the EU.
Thank you. Another quick question that we've gotten, we have to obviously talk about the patient as well, as they probably are the end goal at one point. How does the patient know to get that information from the EMA portal? Someone commenting that they might not even be aware of the existence of EMA.
Well, that's a big topic. I'll let Juan handle this one. Yes, thanks.
Yeah, no, I can take that one. We definitely work a lot with patients and patients organizations, and actually all the key principles upon which this proposal of EPI and all this work is based, this was done and it was developed with the help of patients. And patients continue to be involved, and we keep them up to date. We have even a working party with patients and consumers. Of course, this is all at European level, so we are interacting with organizations who in a way are working to advocate on patients and patient interests. But as part of the discussions and the collaborations we have, what we try is to ensure that the work which is being done at the European level is disseminated, or at least is communicated as much as possible to the national constituencies and to their national members. Of course, there is a limited capacity to outreach to the individual patients in the individual member states, but definitely we try. And we have a dialogue, and they continue to be involved. So, for example, all these outcome of the pilot will be discussed with them, and their interests are taken into account.
We have a few more questions coming in, so we'll see how much we can take. But one of them being, will the EMA EPI pilot continue and include further practicability, such as interactions with EAF present proposed section?
Yes, the EAF and the pilot itself will not continue in its present form. We have so much data and we have achieved so much with the pilot. The pilot is closed and we are writing a report, and we're going to move forward. And when we need additional testing, we're going to do it via user acceptance testings that we will publicize on the website. However, it is indeed one of the outcomes of the pilot, and not just the pilot, but also the intention of the value stream, that the flow of data, the flow of information from the application form, from EPI to PMS to SPOR, we need to create a more seamless flow there. So a clear, synergy is via the present proposed section of the EAF, and we will be working towards having the initial steps towards aligning the different products. That's definitely the goal of the value stream, and it's one of our priorities moving forward.
Okay, and another last quick question that we have time for. Are there already thoughts about standard QRD wording or codes on packs to guide patients to the EPI?
Yes, is the short answer. So actually, what we are the next challenge, the important challenge, not the next challenge, but the important challenge to really close the loop is about how to deliver the information to the patients. It's also mentioned in the legislation that it's important that if the information is digital there, it has to be easily accessible by the patients. And I think this is also something industry are looking at very closely at the moment. How can we easily direct the patient from the pack to the product information, via text in the QRD, but also via maybe icons on the pack, scanning codes on the pack, etc. So a lot of discussion is ongoing around this topic at the moment. Luckily, we have leaders already in the EU, for example, from the Nordic countries, from Spain, from Germany, who have already implemented solutions for doing this. And so we have a lot of expertise already. And this is something we definitely have to do before ePI can be properly, fully implemented.
Thank you. Thank you, Juan, and thank you, Elizabeth, for your time and presenting these insights for us, and also having the short moment to answer these several questions that we got. Obviously, there are more, but we are limited on time, so we're now moving on. But we're moving on to presentations that has already been referenced as well. So we're looking into the piloting experience from the Netherlands. We have invited Astrid Krak, who is a senior regulatory affairs manager, and who will present their example also on the same topic.
Thank you for inviting me. Welcome, everybody. I'm happy to share today my experience as an industry user on our experience on the ePI pilot in the Netherlands. I do not see my slides yet. I don't see the slides that I should see. I only see the presentation mode. Yes, this is the right presentation mode. Thank you. So first, a short disclaimer. I want to ask you that if you please do not distribute the content of this presentation without consulting me first. I will start with a short introduction on the ePI pilot, on the EMA ePI pilot. Then I will continue on our experience on the ePI pilot in the Netherlands, followed by our experience of the user acceptance testing of the EMA, and I will close with a take-home message. Thank you. So here you see an overview of the ePI pilot, the ePI system. On the left you see the manually upload of the Word file in to the ePI. It is then assessed by the health authority, and once there's an positive opinion or health authority approval of the text will be published on the PLM server, and that will be the ePI storage, and then it's shared with the FHIR server, which then can use the API, the interface, to communicate with the other different websites or e-health systems or apps. Just to let you know that the ePI pilot as we participated was only focusing on the manual uploads of the ePI. Next slide, please. So this is just an overview of the timelines. The ePI pilot was going to start in July of 2023, and it was going to end in July 2024. As already explained by Elizabeth, there were 5 medicine agencies involved in this ePI pilot. Each of them assessing 5 different procedures, and in total there were expected to be 25 EPIs uploaded on the PLM portal. So now coming to the experience we had on the ePI pilot in the Netherlands. So in May of last year, we heard about this pilot, and we were informed about the criteria for participation. And so within our team, we were brainstorming which products would be suitable, and do we want to participate with the ePI pilot. Then we thought of a product called Desferal. This product is a national product. It's registered via a national procedure, and we thought that would be easier for us, because in that way we could easily plan this variation within the given timelines without being dependent. For example, with an MRP, you can be dependent of your head office. Also, we thought of proposing an non-essential and non-urgent variation, and it was on QRD update. And we chose especially for Desferal because it has had tables and images in the product information. And actually, we heard in June last year that we could participate, so we were very happy to be one of the few participants in the Netherlands. It started for us in September 2023 with a clear kickoff meeting with our health authority, in which they were explaining us what they expected from us. And soon after, we started to create our variation package. We created it first as an ECD sequence, and in parallel, we also uploaded our product information in the text editor or authoring tool. We submitted in parallel, so we submitted the EPI via the EPI portal, and the variation package, the ECD sequence, we submitted via ZESP. We did not receive any health authority comments on our text, and already within 2 weeks we received the health authority approval. So when we received this approval, we were wondering what happened with the EPI, because nothing was mentioned, and we thought, is it approved or not? We could not see it in the portal. It was not on the approved state. So we contacted the health authority, and they informed us on the 11th of October that also the EPI was approved, and that we could update our text with the approval dates in the system. And then on the 8th of November of last year, our EPI got published together with other EPIs from other companies that also had already finalized their procedures. Next slide, please. So on the EPI portal, this is how it looks. How our published EPI looks like, is the one from Desferal. So on the left you see the different annexes, the SMPC, labeling, and a patient leaflet. And with the drop-down menus you can go to the different subheadings, and if you click on that, then you can go to the different it will bring you to the different texts. And everyone who is interested can search for this EPI of Desferal or the other products that have been published. So how did we experience the EPI pilot? Well, in general, working on the ePI PLM portal is very easy and straightforward. Also, guide documents were provided, but once you have done it, if you have done it once, then it's not difficult anymore. You don't need, in our opinion, you don't need the guidance anymore. However, we did find that the EPI authoring application is quite cumbersome, and we realized that we were really working in a minimal viable product with limited features. One thing that we didn't expect is that we had to manually upload our menu and our word text into the in the authoring tool. What we also found as observations were that we could not copy paste our images from our Word file into the authoring tool. So we had to create special format images. We also noticed that if we exported our ePI to a Word document, that the positioning of our image was not correct. The image fell out of the margins, and I will show you later on in the presentation how that looked like. Also, in the ePI itself, the images were not visible. They were only represented by text. And while we were this was not the case while we were working in the authoring tool, because there we could see the images nicely. We also had some problems with the QRD headings that were fixed both in position and also in formatting. So we could not change the position. If, for example, if we want to change the order of the QRD headings, that was not possible. And if we want to have it not underlined instead of underlined, that was also not possible. And what we missed as well was the option to have track changes. To visualize the new changes that we made. Also, there's no comments field. We often use that to the health authority to give some extra explanation, and that's not present. And also the version control and data trail is absent, and that's something what we would like to see in a final product. Since we copied every text or every section we copied manually into the ePI tool, we noticed that mistakes could be made. So we think having a text verification tool is essential. We exported the ePI in a Word file, and we checked it with the original Word file, and we did see that we made some mistakes in that. Also, the special characters such as an I or an E with an diaresis is not represented well in the exported Word file. And what we worried the most was about that working in the text editor is very time consuming. We've noticed, we timed it, and we noticed that we spent 3.5 hours on uploading the complete product information of Test for All, and this was including a QC check. The QC check was only a small amount of time. It was mainly the copy pasting, which took a lot of time. And in this time, it's not included the initial portal registration, reading the instructions, creating the IT tickets for the EMA, or obtaining images with a supporting format. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, I already. Then, when the ePI pilot was closed for ourselves, we wondered. We still have some questions remaining. For example, what should we do if we have text changes in parallel, if you don't have version control or the possibility to add comments? Also, what happens if we transfer our MA to a new MAH holder, and is it then also possible to transfer the ePI to this new MAH? And some questions that we had about the system is, how will the assessment procedure, or the HA procedure management, how will that be integrated in the ePI portal? How does it work with FHIR? How is it connected with for the end users? This was not in scope of the ePI pilot. And how will the final system be designed? Here are some illustrative examples for the images. So on the left, you see the original images in the Word text. and these we could not copy and paste into the text editor. So we had to create a newly and we had to create a new format, a new file that had to be in the supported image file format, and this we thought it was more difficult than we thought to obtain these pictures. We thought that they would be available maybe within our artwork departments, but it was not. So it took us more time to create this. Also, another example about the images is shown on the left. So in the published ePI, we only saw words instead of the image itself. And on the right side, you see that if we exported the ePI as a Word file, you saw that the, for example, figure 3 is falling outside of the margins. More examples are shown here. This is about the special characters. So as I said, the E and the I with diaeresis, they show. On the left, you see how they show up in the original Word text, and on the right, you see that they are converted to different characters. Also, certain text marking stripes were not represented correctly in the exported Word file, and we did see that close bullets became, for example, open bullets. So after we ended the ePI pilot, we thought that the pilot was over, and we would have liked to test more products, but we heard from our health authority that was not possible. But then in May of this year, we heard that we were allowed to participate in the EMA ePilot user acceptance testing. So we were happy that we were asked for this. It was a 2-week of testing in June of this year. And in scope was the registration process to see if all users could register and if the guide for this was sufficient. And for us, what most interesting was, of course, the creation of the ePI and the ePI user guides. Out of scope was the file upload. And in total, there were 100 testers. Beside of the 50 industry testers, there were also 50 regulators that were testing. And there were a couple of colleagues from the industry that were representing the 6 trade organizations. So our main observation, or actually what we experienced, was that most of the main observations from the Dutch ePI pilot that we did last year were not resolved yet. We did not see an improvement in the time efficiency when we had to upload the Word document into the ePI portal. We still had some issues with formatting of the tables and the images. And for this UAT, we used actually we tested 4 medicinal products, 2 CP products, 1 MRP, and a national product. And one of the CP products had an IFU, so an instructions for use, included in the patient leaflet, and with a lot of tables and images. And we, for this pilot, we just copy pasted in there because it was undoable to do them all, create separate, or to do the separate steps for this. So we in this case, we did it a bit the quick and dirty way. And even then, it took also a really a lot of time. Another of the one of the other products of the CP products did not have, for example, the section other medicines. So the section where it has information if there's an interaction with other medicines. And this deviates from the QRD because most products do have this section. However, what we notice is that this header came into our ePI, although we did not have information on that, and we could not delete it easily. So the system at that time could not deal with product information that contain QRD deviations. We found some optimizations for the user interface. We thought, and we also reported them to the EMA because we thought that this would be good improvements. Furthermore, we noticed that the annex pages of the product information for CP text, they were in English. So these are the pages with a summary of product characteristics, the patient leaflet, and the labeling annexes, whereas the rest of the document was in a local language. And what we noticed that we did an exercise in which we created for a CP product documents in different languages, in English, in Dutch, and we noticed if we exported them to Word that you could not see in the file name which document was which document. Like it did not indicate which language was used in that particular document. Next slide, please. Then I listed some of the EMA findings that were presented during the quarterly demos of Q2 and Q3 of 2024. So the EMA have received a lot of feedback during the UAT, and I have to say actually a big thank you. I have to thank the EMA colleagues because they organized 2 Q&A sessions and they have responded to all our tickets, EMA tickets that we logged for the bugs or the observations that we had. I think the access, all users could access the system and it was all fine. In the beginning there were some access issues, but these have been fixed, I understood. And many of the other users also found the portal easy to use. And suggested, I think, also some user interface options. And as you can see, it's nice to see that they will give some extra guidance for product informations that deviate from the QRD template. Here, just an overview of our participation in the ePI pilots. So in 2023, we started with the ePI pilot in September and finalized it in November. And then in June of this year, we finalized the EMA ePI user acceptance testing. In July, it was supposed to end the pilot, but we now expect to receive an EMA final report on the ePI pilot in Q4 of this year. Then I come to my take-home message. I just want to emphasize that all the observation that we did, it was in a minimal viable product, which was designed to test and validate its functionalities only. We, as an industry users, we do think that further improvement is needed of the system. And I think the following metaphor might describe the ePI well, and that is that it is a caterpillar in its cocoon, which is in the transition of becoming a butterfly. It has all the potential and the promise, but it's not really quite there yet. It needs more time to grow and to transform before it can spread its wings and fly. And then the final slide that I have is if you want to have more information on the ePI, please go to the PLM portal and consult the guidance documents. There's a video tour and also frequently asked questions. And if you want to be up to date of the latest status of the ePI, please listen to the quarterly system demos of the EMA. And finally, I would like to thank you, and if I'm welcome. You're welcome to ask any questions. I hope I can give you more information if needed. Thank you.
For your presentation and your insights about your experience in the pilots. There have been a few quick questions that we can take. One of them asking again, what formats of images are accepted within the ePI portal, as you talked about your struggles with the images.
Mm-hmm. I do not know by heart anymore. I think it was, we used the PNG, but I think it was also maybe JPEG. It's not so difficult, I think, but you should have one on file. That makes it more difficult. If you don't have one, then you have to find somebody who's creating them. And there was somebody in our organization that could do that on a quick, in a short time frame. Yeah.
Then another quick question that someone has submitted: how does ePI link to the submission process?
So currently, the assessment or the health authority management system is not yet coupled. So I think at the moment we only tested the ePI. Let's uploading the text, and it was probably on the health authority side. It was assessed. The rest of the variation, because we submitted in parallel to the health authority via CESP, I think was just done in the usual way. And maybe coming back to the first question, I just want to say that in the guidance documents, the formats are mentioned. So if anyone is interested, they can go to the guidance documents.
Thank you, Astrid, for your insights, and I think for other countries, this has been a very interesting experience that you've been able to share. So thank you for your time. Just a quick reminder to everyone about the agenda, that we will have a very short Q&A session at the end of this session, when some of the presenters will be back to answer some of the questions that are still that you have submitted and we have not been able to fit into the end of the presentations. So there will be a short period for that. I can't promise that all of the questions will be answered, but there will be a moment when some of the presenters will still be back. But before that time, I do encourage you to ask more questions, but we have one more presentation at the end of this session. We are very happy that we can give you more insights and more experience. So from Gravitate Health, talking about their ePI project, we have Anne Moon, who is the professor at the University of Oslo in Norway, and also the coordinator of Gravitate Health, talking about their progress and achievements.
Hi, I'm Anne Moon. Can you hear me? I hope. Yeah. Hi, and can I also have my slides? I would like to extend, and I need them in the different view. Can you also change them to presenter view? Thank you. I'm on the Moon, coordinator of Gravitate Health. I would like to thank the organizers for a very rich session so far. I hope I can also contribute to meet expectations. It's been a very important and interesting session to attend to. So I am here to present and share some of our experiences and achievements progress from Gravitate Health. We are a private-public partnership funded by the Innovation Medicine Initiative, and our mission is to empower and equip Europeans with health information for active personal health management and adherence to treatment. So if we take the
EMA key principles, the contributions of Gravitate Health is clearly starting on the dissemination side. We are a large consortium, 45 members in Europe. Our recent additions is the 4 Nordic medicinal product information Compedias, Felleskatalogen, Medisin.dk, FAS, and Pharmaca. We also have 3 regulators in our consortium, in addition to academe, patient organizations, healthcare providers, digital technical expertise, dissemination and communication partners, as well as the private partners that also created this nice challenge. We will go on for 68 months until the end of June 2026, and we have taken a European start and but also a global outreach. So in this presentation, I will share some of our progress, some of our engagement to achieve standards in this space, outreach activities to listen and learn, and opportunities ahead. So, Gravitate Health in a nutshell. Allow me to introduce you to the patient side of this ecosystem and to Maria. She's one of our ambassadors, and she's also a member of our user advisory group, and she has graciously showed us some of her practices in terms of what she can currently do to manage her medication. She has a medication list, maintains it electronically but print it out, and you can also see that this is a living document, and she adds some written notes before she then regularly updates it. She has access to paper-based product information for all the medicines that she takes, and that's the starting point for our research questions. So we're asking how we can apply an open access digital platform with trusted digital health information to transform the way patients access and understand health information and can apply it in personal health for adherence to treatment, risk minimization, and quality of life. So we're working with different information resources. We're working with the electronic product information. So our starting points is we're coming from the position that EPIs are or will be available. We're also looking into how we can add additional health education material to achieve our goals. And in order to personalize and make this more relevant, we use a few elements from the International Patient Summary coming from the EHR, but we're very cautious of protection of personal data. So one of the key innovations, deliveries by Gravitate Health is a focusing mechanism. And you can see it in the middle of this slide. We have prepared and conceptualized this as taking key information from the patient summary, being medication list, allergies, conditions, therapy plans that the end user chooses to share. And of course, the more of the relevant items here you share, the more relevant or timely or personalized information experience we can give. We're also taking in outcomes, health goals, and other personal preferences. Our key deliverables, that what we will bring back to the community, is we will have an environment with an open source platform with GLAN services. We will prepare white paper on strategies for future use of the EPI, and I think that is, we're looking forward also to hear your perspectives when that is published. We will do some evaluation, and we're now also looking at more sustainable impact. So in Gravitate Health, and we are now just started our 5th year, we have defined our methodology, taking personas as shared representations to illustrate the problem space and the opportunities. We have created mock-ups and discussed them extensively with our users, being user advisory groups and healthcare ecosystems, making sure that we always incorporate the patient voice and contribute to capacity building. With our mock-ups, we have illustrated how we can take and use and personalize some of the additional opportunities coming with digital. So we can actively add pictures, we can have videos if needed, and we can also collapse and change, optimize presentations. The full document is always a click away. So we have experimented with and tried to understand how we can support multiple languages in a cross-border or a scenario where the user would like to have information in a language of choice in addition to the one of the jurisdiction. And in the bottom here, you can also see some of our prepared solutions. We are building an end-to-end app to demonstrate these concepts, and we're also offering and looking at how to integrate that in existing work. These are more details, some of the things that we will test. Obviously, the medication list, and we can demonstrate and show the leaflet, which is the middle picture where we take in the headings, and you can then have a drop-down menu to look at the information under each of these headings. We can have a focused leaflet where there are, based on certain parameters, you can go directly to the information and you can have it highlighted. We can put in health education material to illustrate further important aspects of use of the medication. And we've also started to explore a summary lens, using large language models to prepare a summary and pros and cons about the medication. This is work in progress that we will test and have feedback on in our testing scenarios. We have a broad set of activities we will test at scale with real patients and real data, planned for Spain, for Sweden and Norway, in different patient groups with different medicines and different leaflets. We've done advanced tests with realistic users and synthetic data included in the Danish My Doctor app connected to the Fælles Medicinkort in Denmark. We will also look at GLAN's functionality, test it with the SN24 platform for patients in Portugal, and we have regular consultations both with our user advisory groups and ecosystem participants. We've also had some activities to gather further research insights. We are collaborating with 2 projects. In addition to that, we will work with another IMI project to collect more data and look at how we can also use a service like coming out of Gravitate Health for that purpose. But maybe more important for this audience, we will have a demonstrator with colleagues that laid foundational work in Unicom on the ISO IDMP and the global ePI, the global medicine identification. So we have a lot, we have accomplished some, and we have a lot more also ahead of us. One of the things that has been discussed in this conference, and where I also would like to share with you that through our collaboration, we have been instrumental in driving for standards in this space. And there is a global FHIR implementation guide that is available. It took the EU ePI common standard as a starting point and made sure that that was sort of the beginning. And we also collaborated with a HS7 function, the Vulkan accelerator. That's a focused effort under HS7 to drive standardization and use of FHIR resources. And as a public-private partnership, I would say we have been uniquely placed to connect initiatives and foster collaboration in Europe and globally. So in 2022-23, we had the implementation guide, the FHIR EPI implementation guide, starting from the EU EPI common standard, has those elements, and you can see them in the colored rows, and with the Vulcan for global use, approved as a common standard for use of fire in this space. And it's complete. These two dimensions are fully aligned with the EU EPI common standard, but it's also adding that it is for international use. We have also a joint statement with EMA when this was published, and we've had a very good collaboration with EMA going in this work. Some of the discussion points, and I think that is also an experience coming out of Gravitate Health work, is that it is the discussion around structuring and standardization of content. So in briefings and discussions with EMA, with FDA, and also during the Fire Connectathons, that's open to all, takes place 3 times a year, we have proposed, and I think, and there is also consensus on three different types. Type 1 is the e-label only, which is semi-structured narrative text with sections and subsection headings. This is one-to-one with the EMA work that we've heard about. We can add and some more, in order for us to focus the information, more structure would also allow to give more value to end users like Maria. So in a type 2 e-label plus product detail, we add product details to their enrichment, and you can have full name, class, dose form, strength, active ingredients, etc. And that is well aligned with SPORE, and a further standardization if you add clinical details and structure that, and that can be encoding the indication, contraindication, interactions, all ingredients, warnings, precautions, etc. We have, at the moment, for our use, we are shy of 2,400 EPIs in FHIR format. They have either been converted either automatically or in a semi-automatic procedure. I think the previous speaker also illustrated that you cannot just convert, or you need to have a quality assurance, and that's why we have the semi-structured. So these EPIs will be used in our work. They are in different languages. They are in English, of course, Spanish, Portuguese. They're also in the Nordic languages, and they are in Norwegian, Swedish, Danish, and Finnish. So we have some experience on the conversion. We have also experience of mapping these products between different markets and languages. The question of how do we get the EPI, and we get them partly as regulator-approved documents from the regulators or via the medicinal product information Compedias. And of course, you're all welcome to join the discussion on the level of granularity that is useful, feasible, and necessary to add value of these important documents as we communicate them to patients or for patients, and as we take advantage of digital opportunities. And I think it's important for me also to say that we are committed to universal design. We have added that so that there are constituencies that so far have difficulties with the paper form will have other opportunities to control these aspects of their lives also from a digital version. But we are, of course, making sure that there are also opportunities for those who would like to have the material in in paper, so any format. But with the digital, I hope you have the impression that there is a possibility to provide for a more relevant and personalized experience while still keeping the full information readily available. Allow me to go to the next part of my presentation and share with you some of our outreach. We have presented Gravitate Health and our work in more than 60 countries. And I think today we will also make sure that the map here will color the Baltic states. We have communicated with regulators in more than 35 countries, and this breaks most recently in a webinar we hosted in October on ePI is on fire around the globe. If you're interested, you can go to our website and access the recording. This outreach breaks down to our growing Gravitate Health collaborative community. So in addition to the partners that are the 45 partners in the consortia, we have been in discussions with and interacted with in interoperability showcases, in hackathons, in connectathons, and in other workshops and panels and discussions with several academic institutions, research institutions, consortia, just to mention Unicom and the Fire HS7 fire accelerators, several governments, EMA, of course, in our test countries where we're testing the solutions with FDA and Visa and around the globe, also with Japan. We have a host and a lot of interest from implementers, both content creators, content distributors, and other digital industries, other pharma, and other, and then also ecosystems and other initiatives. So it's quite exciting, and we are open to more. If you're interested, reach out to us. As we look forward and look at the European patient journey, Gravitate Health outputs will and can add focused information in an e-prescription, e-dispensation scenario under the European Health Data Space, for example, ensuring that you can access, contributing to access in a language of choice in addition to the language of jurisdiction. I think there are some interesting experiences coming out of the connections between Finland and Estonia as an inspiration, but also as an area to learn. So this will help improve access and understanding, both in terms of language that you understand or are familiar with and comfortable with, opportunities to focus content and to drive risk minimization and patient safety. And again, as we're focusing content, we're not taking away things, we're highlighting, and we are making sure that there is a bare minimum or a relevant information that's available, that's made available first, and then the full ePI is also easily available. We need standards. Indeed, we have HS7 Europe as a partner, and you're working with fire resources was an easy choice, and it was further supported and encouraged by and validated by the choices of the regulators that EMA alluded to, and the international standards, both fire for information flow, harmonization of these resources are important to ensure that there is good interoperability and smooth information flow of the information. Another area of international standards that is important and that where we are collaborating with key partners is in on the ISO IDMP, the unique identification of medicinal products, which will allow us to also have the opportunity to get EPI for a product in different languages. We foresee to support cross-border mobility, either because you travel for work, you travel as a tourist, you are a long stayer. That's very common for Norwegians to go to the south, for example. And it's also if you're a displaced person for some reason. We will contribute to support the dispensation. As medications are dispensed, make sure that you also have access to information in the language of choice to ensure trust and safety. And we will work to sustainably deploy. The cross-border considerations also could involve support to estimate if you have a safe, if there is safe substitution or over-the-counter medication is compatible with what you already have prescribed by your physician. Going forward, and looking at opportunities for us, the European Health Data Space legislation, Article 8 on the rights of natural persons to access to information and information portability, and the priority areas of e-prescription and e-dispensation, suggesting also to augment that with the electronic product information is an exciting thought and an exciting opportunity, and we will contribute to demonstrate how this can be helpful, because there is always the power of showing what that could be. And just to illustrate that a little bit further, if we take some of the material that has been created to illustrate cross-border dispensation, you have a medicine prescribed in one country, and as a user you would like to have it dispensed in another country, adding the product information, access to the product information in a language of choice, in addition to the language of a jurisdiction where you have this information dispensed, could be a step forward in order to improve access to information and to improve understanding of the information. We can keep the focusing mechanisms where information is highlighted, and you can take it with you on your preferred device as you wander about. So that's some of the outlook and some of the scenarios. So on that note, I would like to thank you for the attention, and if you're interested to follow us, I encourage you to visit our website, sign up for our newsletter, or also reach out for further discussions. So thank you, and I'm now open for questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just a quick question, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good. A few very quick questions for you as well. Firstly, we have a comment about, could you please elaborate on the relationship between Gravitate Health and Pharma Ledger?
Yeah, Pharma Ledger is another IMI project. We have we have partners in common. We also collaborated, shared information when Pharma Ledger was active, and we have also followed the Pharma Ledger Association. There is one addition or difference in many ways, I would say, between Pharma Ledger and Gravitate Health. Pharma Ledger makes sure that you send an EPI, full EPI as is, from A to B. And I would argue that with Gravitate Health, we also add value to the document itself by highlighting or focusing information within the product information. So in that way, the two projects' efforts seek to bring product information to the end users, and with two slightly different contributions.
Thank you. Another quick question, although there are more, but just a selection from them. Does Gravitate Health also plan to support the ePI conversion to audio format or other solutions for visually impaired? And I think this could be also broadened to other disabilities or people with special needs.
Yeah, we do, and we have text to speech, adding multimedia material in our plans. So yes, we are doing that, and in that way we would contribute to make the information available for other constituencies than those that traditionally use the print-heavy EPIs.
Thank you. I would like to thank Anne, but also thank you to all the presenters in this session. And we would like to invite some of them back for us for a very quick Q&A with all of our presenters. So we can look at a few questions that we got from this session. So welcome back, some of the presenters that could join us for this very brief concluding session for our morning session. And I will just jump right in. One of the most popular questions that we got but haven't had a moment to get answers to is the question about once FHIR-based EPI goes publicly live, what will happen with current EPI platforms in some of the countries, for example, Norway or Spain, or other local solutions for reader-friendly formatted electronic leaflets where they have been in place for years. So what do you see? What will happen to them?
I can start being Norwegian, or being also having Felleskatalogen and the Nordic EPI, or the Nordic information, medicinal product information providers in the consortium. They collaborate with us, and I was interested in also joining and prepare leaflets in FHIR format. So they have actually taken on and developed a methodology that we will share out, how you take proprietary XML and convert it to FHIR EPI, FHIR XML. So they are collaborating with us, and we will continue we can continue the collaboration, and we from a downstream perspective and a dissemination perspective dependent on very good collaboration with these information providers. The Spanish regulator has also contributed to prepare product information in FHIR format, and we will share out the learnings for everyone to enjoy.
And maybe if I could add to this, the medicines information providers are the exact third parties that we want to complement and work together with. So when in the future there may be EPI available via a repository from the Medicines Network, we expect and hope and intend that these medicines information providers, who are the experts in providing information to patients, will be able to only benefit from already having the information in an electronic format from our repository, instead of doing lots of activities they have to do today to take information out of PDFs. So it is these exact medicine information providers who will be the consumers of the data that we create. And we are in a very fortunate position in Europe, and in IMI Gravitate has brought a lot of these medicine information providers together. They're very enthusiastic and forward-thinking, and I think that it will only complement the initiatives that are going on among the regulators.
And we've also been in contact with other Compedias that also are interested in the same. So we will stay tuned. We will come back with some dissemination activities. And Elizabeth, you will also have an outreach from us in order to see how we can make this happen.
Excellent. Another quick question. I think this was originally, it came in during Elizabeth, your presentation. It was about will ePI also move beyond SMPC, PL, and labeling in future to include other HA approved documents, for example, education materials or patient alert cards?
For sure, we can see that happening. But right now, and I think Astrid can bear with me on this, we are working on a very defined scope. And we need to get that working, and we need to get that properly into business, and we need to, move forward within that defined scope. And that's really our focus at the moment. But absolutely, there is potential to move beyond that strictly defined scope into other types of material. There's so many synergies that could be created. Again, this is where the medicines information providers will come in as well in terms of how to link those pieces of information together. So absolutely, for sure, the potential is there. We want to focus now on getting it working for the core PI.
Thank you.
If I may, we have included those resources in our setup of testing. So we are not ready to share it out yet, but we have the health education material, the additional risk minimization material on our desk, to put it that way.
Thank you. Good collaboration here. We can all see. Perhaps we'll just take a last question to end our morning session. And it came already quite early in the beginning of our day today. And it is this quite future-looking question about when will ePI will become compulsory in the EU? Is anyone ready or open to have this kind of a projection for us?
It is, there is a possibility, that possibility is there in the legislation. So I think you can see the way the legislators are thinking. They are thinking in the timeline of the legislation that this will happen. Beyond that, I would hesitate to predict any further.
Anne, Astrid, any predictions you would like to add?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I mean, of course, we're just following. So I think Elizabeth is closer to the fire. So yeah, she would know first.
I think Elizabeth is also closer to the fire. I think it was, and FPI is also closer to the fire. What we will do is to illustrate and bring evidence on value, cautions, and illustrate what you can do to responsibly offer ePI in digital format. And I think that could be, and then we will probably see, and I saw that you had the Norwegian regulator on the next slot, that there are initiatives to raise awareness of the ePI and disseminate electronically already. This is interesting, but again, we will do our work and then see what we can come up with of evidence-based experiences from our testing activities and our listen and learn activities that we are engaged in.
Thank you. I would like to thank Astrid and Anne for showing insights about your work, and also Elizabeth from the ePI perspective. I think we have had a very good session about information, about perspectives, and also experience, which I think a lot of people from very many different countries can use, as we saw when we began. All of the countries or people representing different countries that have found time to be with us today. We will now have a short break for lunch or for whatever you choose to do during your break time. And when we come back, we will look at a few more examples. So as already mentioned, we will look at the Norwegian experience. We will also look at the Spanish experience. And at the end of the day, we will point our attention towards the patient. We will hear about the Estonian experience. We will talk to a patient. So all of that is yet to come. So thank you for joining us now. We'll take a quick break, and I will see you all back virtually here at 1 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Baltic Regulatory Affairs Virtual Conference 2024. We are talking about the ePI today. We're talking about challenges, opportunities, and benefits. We have just had a very interesting and thought-provoking morning session where we spoke about several background information. We talked about examples. We talked already about technicalities, things that need to happen, opportunities going forward, benefits. In the afternoon session, we are very happy to welcome several presenters who will furthermore discuss different examples. We will look at the Norwegian experience, and we will more thoroughly look at the Spanish experience, providing us with questions and answers about where we are currently with the ePI, what are the paths ahead, what are the relevant stakeholders involved, and how we should take them into consideration. We will end today with talking about the patient perspective. We will listen to information about a survey done in Estonia, so looking at the Estonian example, and also we will have a dialogue with a patient talking about challenges that might arise when regards to patients. We're very happy that this Baltic cooperation format has yielded such big attention from very many countries. For those of us who were already present in the morning session, there were several people from a lot of different countries here present today, and we're very happy to see and share different experiences and knowledge on the ePI topic. As in the morning session, we are using the Slido app, meaning that we are very welcome to have questions to our presenters from you listeners. As this conference is about sharing ideas and gaining new knowledge and insights and cooperative opportunities, these questions are very welcome. In the Slido app, if you go to slido.com, there is a slot where you can insert a code. This code for this event is EPI24. There are already some questions there from the previous session, but we will welcome new questions throughout the presentations. For those of us joining us now, please also share your inputs and questions in Slido, and then we will have a short moment after each of the presenters where we can ask questions from them. As with the previous session, in this session as well, at the end of the session, so almost to the end of the day, we will have a short Q&A session with several of the panel presenters that we've had throughout the afternoon session. And hopefully, as with the morning session, a good thought-provoking and cooperative session will be at the end of this session as well. So without much further ado, we will jump back in, and as we finished with some thoughts from Norway, we will continue with that. And we are very happy to introduce to you Dag our Jordbro, the strategic director in the Norwegian Medical Products Agency, NOMA, and they will talk about the Norwegian experience and especially about building awareness in public as well.
Well, thank you and good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you all. I'm going to present for you some thoughts about what we're doing in Norway with regards to the the building of public awareness on the electronic product insert labels. And why we think that's very important steps for us as an agency. So I would like to start with you with the big picture, and that's saying why is this electronic EPL is such a big deal for our agency. Well, the end goal for us is to have this EPL only for all products, and we would like to do that to facilitate more multinational and EU packaging, which we can then be part of a much larger market. And some major benefits of that will, of course, be to ensure that patient information is always updated, because the paper information in the package might be quite old when it reaches the patient. So it needs to be. It's better for patients to have updated information. It will enable more simplified supply chains, and also we experience a lot of shortages, which we mainly solve by introducing products from other countries with a different national labeling, and that will be hurdle will of course be reduced if we can use multinational languages, which were already improved in Norway. And of course, also we are interested in looking at this as a possibility to increase multinational tendering, which we are very much supporting in Norway. So just to emphasize that having this product information digitally available is really not enough, because that's been the situation for Norway for over a decade. So we have had this EPIL in Norway for quite some time. So it's important to that. So if you are to realize the benefits that I just told you about, then we need to make patients and healthcare professionals familiar and comfortable with using the digital information. And that requires that we implement the digital into the day-to-day practices of both patients and healthcare professionals. And we have therefore identified that we need to have sort of a program to make this transition as efficient and successful as possible. Otherwise, we will not be able to achieve the benefits of the digital changes. So NOMA has therefore made a roadmap for electronic package leaflets, and it's a 4-part roadmap where the first focus is on activities to transition patients and healthcare professionals to use the digital information. And the second focus point is to leveraging the digital ecosystem for medical products, so that we make the digital information better and more informative than the paper one. And of course, at the political level, we are pushing and have been pushing for national flexibility to take the paper out of the package, and that's part of the proposal that was laid out by the EU Commission. So we are very eager to see if that will be part of the final legislation. And of course, we are trying to establish a framework and a cooperation within the other Nordic countries, where we can use the fact that we have digital product information available in the Nordic countries and utilize that to a common standard and common practice on how we can get even more common Nordic packaging by using English only packaging. So there's a pilot that's being discussed now, and we are hoping to set such a pilot into practice at the start of the next year. So, how are we thinking about transitioning patients and healthcare professionals to digital? Well, we have to take. We are utilizing the existing infrastructure that we already have in place, and we are quite fortunate in Norway to have this Norwegian pharmaceutical product compendium, which has a very high standing with healthcare professionals and patients in Norway, and they deliver and have been delivering electronic e-pills for all products in the Norwegian market for, as I said, over a decade. And the Norwegian Pharmaceutical Product Compendia is also established as the main source for product information for both healthcare professionals and patients, and that's long-standing. It's been like that since for over 50 years. And the version that is digital available for the e-pill is a instructed format, so it's not a PDF. So it's highly suitable for instance, mobile platforms. Since this has been sort of the main source of information for healthcare professionals for a long time, they already are more or less transitioned into the digital and prefer and use also the digital information instead of the paper ones. So in Norway, we have therefore decided to focus our transition efforts on influencing patients. Good. And we did a survey last year to see where we're at when it comes to patient awareness and experience with using electronic package leaflets, and we quite excited about it being such a high level already. So more than 60% have either had regularly or occasionally been using the digital information already of medicines users and the public as a whole. So that's very encouraging. So that think we are in sort of a good starting point now to make this transition even more comprehensive. So how are we? What are you focusing on to sort of educate patients on the benefits? One of the main things we have done is create a stakeholder coalition, which includes the pharmacies, industry, regulators, the pharmaceutical compendium in Norway, but also, and very importantly, the patient organizations. And we are trying to, the focus of this campaign is to educate people or the public and patients on the benefits of the electronic versions and also how to access them. And this campaign is structured as a very long-term destination campaign where we are integrating these messages into the regular activities of the stakeholders involved. So we have the same sort of campaign material, but we are spreading them in our own channels and at our own discretions, and we are seeing that this is going to be something that's going to take years, and so this is a very long-term project for us. So this is what the first wave or the first phase of the information is focused around. So this is the Norwegian version. You can see on the bottom right the logos of the participating stakeholders. And for your benefit, I've translated this into to English so you can better understand what the sort of main message is. And the key message for patients is that it's you should prefer the digital version because it's always updated and it's always available. And the other focus point is how you can access that by using scanning the barcode through your mobile phone to get direct access to the relevant information for your medicine. So again, in the first phase, as I mentioned, the main message to patients is like what's in it for me, and that's it's safer to use the digital information because it's always updated and it's always available. And so you should really prefer to use that. And then again, how to physically access this information so that you are sort of get the routine of where you can find it. In the second part of the campaign, which we are probably starting next year, we are also broadening the sort of the messaging to patients that using the digital and then laying the way for digital only, taking out the paper, that may have some other benefits as well and will reduce an impact and frequency of shortages, may result in more products entering the Norwegian market, especially for low volume products exemplified by children's formulations. And of course, that also using less paper will reduce the environmental impact and waste, and also the need to repackaging and scrap of products. So that's sort of why you should use the digital work, but we're trying to add to that by leveraging the digital ecosystem. So we want to sort of make the digital version even more usable and friendly, and also to add the services and information that will be a benefit for patients. So within the Norwegian Compendia, there is access to additional high-quality information and tools which patients can then use, which are, for instance, photographs of the pills, tablets, instruction videos for use of devices, and also there's a side effect search. So if you have, you can put in your medicines list, and then if you have some symptoms, you can check if those symptoms may be caused by some of your medication. So that's we're trying to sort of give added value to patients by choosing to go for the digital information. There's also an ongoing project in Norway where there's a rollout of something called the digital patient medication list, which is a sort of the list which for all citizens of their medication in use, which then can be utilized to link to this digital information and the added services that will be accessible as well. And we will also like to see using more frequently the push notifications from national portals and secure digital mailboxes available to all citizens in Norway, so we can send information specifically to users of specific products when there is a problem with those products, or other type of information that will be highly relevant for the users. And of course, expanding even further on the readability and usability of the product through like services and new ways of visualizing the information, like in like they're working on in Gravitate Health. So this is just sort of what these services look like today. So you have the side effect search as a possibility, as I mentioned. You can also see identification of the tablets, and you have also the possibility then to find relevant instruction videos regarding a medication if that comes with sort of a medical device that you need to, so you can use it correctly. And these are services that is not possible to, of course, if you have only a paper, if you use only paper. So sorry about that. Yeah. So just to sum up, it's not enough to have the information available digital. We have to work on getting it into use so that the patient and healthcare professionals are comfortable using and familiar with using the digital information. And we try to do that in Norway by having specific campaigns to encourage that. We also try to make the digital format more to far superior format, because you then get added services that may be of high interest for patients to get access to. And we are, of course, trying to make the way for Nordic cooperation between agencies as well, to have to lay the groundwork for collaboration where we can have more multinational packaging when the legislation allows us to take this physical leaflet out of the packaging. And we think that's a very important step because of the benefits that we feel this will have on the security and availability of supply for a lot of products, and also the willingness to market small volume products in our markets. We are small countries when we stand alone, but together we may get the volumes that are needed to get attention from industry and the willingness to market in our countries. So the key message is transitioning patients and healthcare professionals may take time. It will be dependent on the specific circumstances in your countries. But I would urge you to collaborate broadly with industry, but also with pharmacies and especially with patients' organizations. And having a sort of a common plan on how we're going to get there is, of course, very important. So with that, I think I'll stop my presentation. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. There have been quite many questions. We only have, unfortunately, time for a few. So quickly, first of all, ePI can facilitate multilingual packs, but there is still limitation on fitting 5 languages and 5 local requirements on the immediate outer packaging. Any thoughts from Nordic perspective on how to tackle this aspect in the future?
Yeah, as I told you, what we are trying to establish a pilot for now is to see if there are some very at-risk products in supply with very low volumes, where we can facilitate that by having a common English packaging. So that would sort of help. That would leave it to one language on the packaging and the leaflet, and that would reduce that problem of 5 languages down to 1. We're not starting that on all products, but on some small volume products which are at high risk of supply issues. And hopefully we will present those plans in the very near future and start this pilot on the Nordic level in the start of the year. And the premise for this is, of course, that the healthcare professionals and patients as such are not going to read this information in English. So it's going to be available in English, so they can read in English, but they are supposed to be reading the digital versions that are available in all the Nordic countries. So that's at least one answer to how we're going to reduce the complexity of multiple national languages on the packaging.
Thank you. We have time for one quick one. There's actually two different ones, but put them together. Why can't EMA simply go forward and take into use the Norwegian solution? Or if we look at it from the other perspective, what is Noma's plan once the EMA fire-based solution goes live?
Well, the Norwegian solution, of course, only has the products on the Norwegian market, so that will be sort of that's at least one real limitations of the Norwegian as well. But I think what all the Nordics now are doing with their compendias is they are adapting their formats to the EMA standard. Which includes also the file formats. So when that's done, then of course the Nordics will be a real testing ground for how you can implement and transition, because we will have more or less all products on this new standard, while the EMA will have only a certain subset of products available. So I think we can, in Nordics, utilize this at scale, which will not be possible for the EMA with the very limited amount of products they will have available in their database.
Thank you for presenting the ideas from Norway. There are more questions, but unfortunately, we do not have more time at this moment. We now have to move on, and we'll look at another case study from another country. So we're now moving on to Spain. And firstly, I'm very happy to welcome Evin Droser, who is the ePI co-product owner from the Spanish regulatory agency, and they will share their experience using EPIs at the health authorities website.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. It's a pleasure to present our EPI solution at the Spanish agency. My name is Evan Druses. I work in the IT department at the Spanish Medicines Regulatory Agency, and I am also the network product owner for the EPI project. So this means I'm working hand in hand with EMA to develop the ePI common standard and also the ePI authoring tool in the PLM portal. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get started. I'll move on to my next slide. So to start today's presentation, I will be talking a bit about our online database. It is called CIMA. So this is an online database for authorized medicines here in Spain. If you wish, please, you can go to the CIMA URL. You can follow along with me because I'm going to be showing some user interface of the CIMA web application. So if you like, you can go to cima.iams.es and follow along with me. So with that being said, I'll move on. Some key information you can find on CIMA. You can find up-to-date information about authorized medicines. You can look at a medicine's active ingredients and excipients. You can look at all of the authorized and not marketed pack sizes. you can find the routes of administration for products. If there are images of the product or images of the package, we also display them on the web page. And also, if there are instructional videos on how to administer the medicine, for example, we also display those. Additionally, there are drug safety updates and notes. And if there are any medicine shortages, we also provide that information. And lastly, and most importantly for ePI, is that we have an HTML representation of the SMPC and the package leaflet. So we'll move on. And some advanced features that we have in CIMA. The first of which is a REST API. So you can use Postman, for example, here and search for specific characteristics of a product. In this particular query, I am looking for medicines that have the active substance of ibuprofen. I couldn't put the whole result here, but you can see here there are 61 lines in total, so 61 medicines that it's found. You can search by excipients, active substances. You can search by name, by MAH. So a very powerful tool when querying about authorized medicines here in Spain. The next advanced feature we have in CIMA is a data matrix scanner. So this is a web application that scans the data matrix code found on the package. So once you scan the data matrix, you are presented this web page I've displayed here, where you can there is a link to CIMA, so you can look at the medicines information on CIMA, and you can also quickly click on the package leaflet. So you can click on the links to go to the package leaflet. Lastly, our next advanced feature is the Mecha chatbot. So users can ask questions about a medicine, and this chatbot is able to search the package leaflet and provide relevant information to the user. So if you search information about pregnancy, so the user could say, I am pregnant, can I take this medicine? We will display the appropriate information that is found on the package leaflet. Okay, so those are some advanced features. What else we have here? This is the user interface for CIMA. So we can see here some of the information I described earlier. On the left-hand side, you have some safety information. You have a picture of the product, a picture of the package. And then towards the middle, you can find active ingredients, excipients, ATC codes. At the bottom we have here are the pack sizes. One, in this particular example, one is marketed and one is not. And then what I've highlighted on the top right in that red box is the link to the SMPC, the ficha técnica, that is the SMPC, and the prospecto is the package leaflet. So if you click on one of those, for example, I'm going to display the SMPC in the next slide. So if you click on the ficha técnica, you will be shown this or any kind of variation of this web page. On the left-hand side, you can see the QRD template and its headings. These headings are clickable, so you can click on this section and it'll take you to the relevant section so you can read the content. And of course, in the middle, we have all of the section content. Okay, so that is how we display the SMPC and package leaflets on our CIMA website. And just to harken, so this information is always up to date. We have an nocturnal activity. So let's say, for example, an SMPC has been approved and published today. Those changes will be reflected in CIMA the following day. So there's a nocturnal activity to update the SMPC and package leaflet so that the user is always looking at the most up-to-date information. This is another REST service that we have. So in this particular example, we are looking at one specific section of the SMPC. And this displays very nicely in your web browser. If you look in the URL, all you have to do is add the 4.1, for example, in the URL, and you're displayed the appropriate section. All of this information is provided. There's guidance material about how to use our REST API on our website. I provided a link in this presentation if you have access to the presentation. Moving on, so this is how we structure data for our package leaflets and SMPCs. So on the left, you have a standard, this is the standard structure of an SMPC. You have the headings as defined by the QRD template and the associated content. This is how we store our data in our database. So on the right, you can see our representation of our database. You have the medicinal product. You have the section as defined by the QRD template and the according HTML content. And from this content, we have various outputs. You can look at the document in Word format. You can look at the PDF, and we also have the HTML format found on SEMA. So moving on, we looked a bit at SEMA, and what is powering SEMA is our word tool. It is called fraccionamiento. It's a mouthful if you're not a Spanish speaker, so we're going to go ahead and call it the IAMS word tool. So what we have here, the word tool is a specialized word add-on developed by IAMS to manage the SMPC and package leaflet. The documents are segmented according to the QRD template. The applicant and regulator can work collaboratively on the same document using features provided by Word. This is famously track changes and comments. So those features are also utilized in the evaluation of the SMPC and package leaflet here at the Spanish agency. The tool streamlines the editing and formatting processes, making it user-friendly for professionals that are accustomed to Word's interface and Word's features. And lastly, what we have here is documents can be easily imported and copied. So you can take a Word document of an SMPC and import it into the Word tool. And additionally, these documents can be copied. So if you have an SMPC for 10 milligrams, you can easily copy that to facilitate the creation of the document for 20 milligrams. Okay. Moving on, additionally, applicants can upload a number of other documents into this tool. You can upload the Braille certificate, a patient information card. You can upload the labeling text, and you can also upload any documentation that you have in English. So the SMPC, package leaflet, and labeling in English. However, these documents are not structured. This is just a traditional Word document. So this is the user interface for the Word editor. On the left-hand side, we can see the Word document. And then on the right-hand side, you can see our Word add-on. So on the right-hand side, the user has to select the section that they would like to work on. So for example, we have here pathology is highlighted. So if the user clicks on pathology, they can then they will be navigated to that section. They can click on edit and then edit that section. And of course, save the changes, undo changes. There is a preview functionality, so the user can preview the document in PDF. You can preview in the final Word, or you can preview with track changes. And once the user has updated all of their information for the relevant sections, they can, of course, submit the document to the Spanish agency for review and approval. So that is a little bit about what we have at the moment at the Spanish agency. We have our Word tool, which then powers all of the SMPCs and package leaflets being displayed on SEMA. And now I would like to transition into ePI and what our background and vision is for the ePI project. So I demonstrated what we have here at the Spanish agency, which is a solution for electronic product information. There are other solutions in, for example, Felleskatalogen in Norway, Rotalista in Germany. So there are other solutions for electronic product information around Europe. The issue is that, not an issue, but one of the handicaps is that they are not standardized. They are not harmonized solutions. We're all using different technologies, and different methods of providing electronic product information. So in order to improve this, we have created a common standard. This is called the EU ePI Common Standard. It is based on FHIR. FHIR is a standard for exchanging and creating healthcare data. And in this case, we are using it to create product information documents. I provided some links here for our GitHub repository and also to our ePI implementation guide. So some useful resources if you want to learn more about the common standard and the ePI implementation guide. So this is a little roadmap we have for the ePI project. Back in 2021, we started the development of the ePI Common Standard. We had a public consultation, a few workshops as well, and the ePI Common Standard was adopted and approved. In 2022, we started with the authoring tool, the creation tool in the PLM portal that allows applicants to create ePI in the PLM portal. And of course, we also created some guidance material on how to use the application. Which brings us to where we are right now. Back in September of 2023, we started the ePI pilot, and that of course ended. It was a 1-year-long pilot that ended in September of 2024. So we are currently reviewing the feedback, looking at our KPIs, and we will be providing a report about the pilot in the near future. And of course, for the future, we have CAP implementation and phased implementation of NAPS, and we will be evolving the common standard and upversioning the authoring tool in the PLM portal. I just want to touch a little bit on the benefits for patients and healthcare professionals. Perhaps this was discussed in another presentation, so I won't spend too much time here. But the benefits of ePI, for example, when especially speaking with the Gravitate Health app, the Gravitate Health app is a patient-focused app that has a list of medications for the patient. So the idea is that the patient will have a list of medications, and then we can easily display the ePI to the patient. Another case is if there are any updates to the ePI, we can quickly disseminate those updates to healthcare professionals and patients. Targeted searching within the API. The digital nature of the API enables quick searching. So if a user needs to search the pregnancy information, they can search or quickly navigate to the pregnancy section of the API. Lastly, what we have here is if a patient has any kind of visual impairment, the digital nature of the API enables the user to enlarge the font. They can use a screen reader if they need to, or they can ask a digital assistant. Some benefits for regulators, NCAs, and companies. EPI can be used to mitigate shortages. So if there's ever a shortage in a country, the medicine can be imported, and then we can quickly link the EPI to the imported medicine. If there are any changes, this goes back to the second case here, goes back to any changes to the API. Any changes can quickly be disseminated to healthcare professionals and to patients. And lastly is for signal detection. If there are any existing side effects in the API, those side effects can be quickly searched. And if any side effects pop up, we can quickly update the API and they can be searched by the patient. And what I'd like to look at now is the authoring tool in the PLM portal. This allows applicants, industry to create EPI in the PLM portal. The product lifecycle management portal is the home of EPI. This is where you can also find the web-based application forms, EAF. And you can also find the product user interface for PMS. What we have in the PLM portal is a minimum viable product. It is a ready-to-use minimum viable product that has EPI authoring. So this enables the creation, preview, update, upload of FHIR from external systems. And you can also download the EPI in FHIR format and in Word format. There's also a rich text editing functionality. So we have a rich text editor that allows you to add any kind of styling that you need for your API. There's also a API. There's also a repository to store and display published APIs. This allows for machine-to-machine communication for published APIs. So I would just like to take a little user journey. This is the view of the applicant. So what we're seeing here is the API creation page. So the user needs to select what type of API they have. At the either that is a new API, API for a new medicine, or you can update an existing API. So that would be for a variation. Next, the user can select the domain. So this is human at the moment. We only have API for human medicines. And then in the API portal, you can create API for CAP products, NAP products, MRP, and DCP. So we provide a solution for all authorization types. Moving on, the applicant also needs to select the medicines regulatory agency. So this is where you select the agency that you're creating the API for. Moving on, to add some more information to the API, you can put a name, you select the reference MAH and the procedure number. So this is the editor we have for API. You can see different tabs for the product information documents. So you have a tab for SMPC, a tab for labeling, and a tab for package leaflet. There's also a tree view navigation. This is similar to the tree view navigation we saw on the CIMA website with all of the headings from the QRD template. There are additional functionalities. When you click on you can see the 3 dots. There are additional functionalities. You can add non-mandatory sections. You can add blank subsections. You can rename the sections, duplicate sections, and much, much more. And we also have a rich text editor. This is the displaying the rich text editor that allows you to add images, tables, bulleted lists, and any kind of styling that you need. Users can also export to Word. You can export to Fire. And you can also upload a Fire API that has been created in another system. I also want to point out that we have created an RMS list for the QRD template in all 26 EU languages. So there is an EMS list I'm showing here for the SMPC, for example. You can we have it's translated in all 26 EU languages. And this RMS list is used to provide structure to the Fire document, the Fire API. I've added a link here, so if you're interested, please take a look at the QRD template in the RMS in the referential management system provided by EMA. And just to summarize, or not to summarize, but to end my presentation, I would like to talk about the work we're doing here at the Spanish agency, which is an EPI generator. So as we saw in CIMA, we have structured data in HTML format. And the idea is to convert that data into a Fire API. So we take the section content in HTML format and simply insert it into the appropriate section found in the Fire API. So this is a conversion tool used for creating Fire APIs. And converted Fire APIs can be uploaded or imported into the PLM portal via the import Fire functionality. So this is work that's going on at the moment. Test results are looking good, so we're pretty excited about this conversion tool. And so we looked a little bit about the the authoring tool in the PLM portal. Our conversion tool here at the Spanish agency. If any other company has product information data in HTML format, that data can be taken and can be used to create a FHIR ePI. And lastly, losing my voice here. If any company or organization has product information data in HTML format, that can be used to create a FHIR API, similar to what we're doing here at the Spanish agency. So that concludes my presentation for today. Thank you so much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation, and thank you for explaining us the Spanish experience. There have been several comments about the AM's word tool. People commented on it being very intuitive and easy to use, for example. However, we have a time for a very quick question. Let's take the question about whether this Spanish IT system, was it built from the government budget? Also, are documents maintained by MAHs and not controlled by agency? And is there a separate database for authorities controlled texts?
So the funding for the tool, I'm not quite sure about. That was created, that was done before I started at the agency. So I would have to refer to some colleagues about that. The content for the product information is maintained by the applicants, by industry. So industry is responsible for updating the product information when a variation comes in. And then, of course, those changes are evaluated and assessed by the Spanish agency. And when it's ready, it's approved and published. And the last question what was the last question?
Is there a separate database for authorities controlled texts?
A separate database, excuse me, sorry?
Database for authorities controlled texts, so text controlled by authorities, I assume.
It's all controlled by the Spanish agency, so no other authority is involved for the approval and creation of product information here at the Spanish agency. And it's all one database.
You.
We don't have several databases. Yeah.
Thank you for these questions and for answering these questions. Of course, with using these digital solutions for questions as well. We don't 100% know what the person writing down the question was asking, but hopefully an answer was given. There are other questions here as well, but we have to now move on. Although we're still sticking with Spain, so hopefully perhaps some of these questions will be answered or answered later during the Q&A session at the very end. Two quick comments from me. So for people who weren't able to join us in the beginning of the day, just a quick reminder that this conference is being recorded and the recording will be available after today as well. So you can either watch the presentations that you were unable to listen to today, or you can listen to some of the ones that were more interesting to you. So you will have that opportunity. And then furthermore, about questions that unfortunately will not be able to be answered during our time construct today, we will work with hopefully getting these answers to you as well, but we'll see whether we'll actually be able to do that. But we'll try to get as many answers during today, and of course, if you are able to, then probably you can contact our presenters directly as well with specific questions. But now we're moving on, and as I said, we are still in Spain. We will listen furthermore to Ana Medina Guerrero from the Pharma Industria, also talking about development and use of ePI in Spain.
Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, thanks to the Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers in Estonia for organizing this conference. and for inviting Pharma Industria as one of the speakers. The objective of this presentation is sharing with you the startup first EPIL project for medicines used in hospitals in Spain, and how we are improving the medication barcode identification on the smallest unit of use. But I'm going to talk about from the point of view of the industry. I'm gonna change, sorry. Okay, I will follow this agenda, background, one step ahead, who, when, what, why, and next steps. So to start, as you may know, digitalization is a trend affecting society, including medicines. Data matrix code is broadly extended, and the use of it as a tool of identification in primary packaging can avoid many medication errors. Also, medication errors and adverse events could be prevented if a complete medicine identification is performed at the time of the administration. And at this time, the digitalization in hospital pharmacy is in development to improve the traceability of medicines from prescription, compounding, dispensing, administration, and monitoring. This pilot, as Evin said, this pilot project started in January 2022, and it consists in two aspects. First of all, removing paper leaflet from the packaging components of a list of medicines exclusively administered in hospitals, what is super important. And after that, incorporating a data matrix in primary packaging with a national or global trade item number, batch, and expiry. So when it is scanned, a data matrix will allow to capture the official and most updated information in CIMA, that is the Medicine Online Information Center of the Spanish agency that was explained in the previous presentation. Furthermore, with all of this, it will also allow to monitor the traceability of the patient safety. Who? This project results from the cooperation between the Spanish Society of Hospital Pharmacy, the Spanish Agency of Medicines and Medical Devices, 20 pharma companies, mostly integrated in Pharma Industria, the Spanish National Trade Association, where I belong, and the Hospital Committee of the General Council of Official Pharmacist Associations. I'm gonna explain the main dates. So in November 2020, an ad hoc working group was created with all the previous stakeholders. And in January 2022, the pilot was launched, the first phase. So during the same year, in December, the results were evaluated by a satisfaction questionnaire coordinated by Spanish Society of Hospital Pharmacy, and also more medicines were incorporated in the pilot. In August 2023, the second phase of the pilot started, and in July, during this year, in the month of July, the second surveys at hospital began, and now we are waiting for the results of these surveys that demonstrate the proof of concept of this pilot. Nevertheless, I'm going to explain the two phases in detail during the following slides. And it is also really important to note that this project has been endorsed by the European Commission and European Medicines Agency, and it is complementary to the ePI development at European level. So it's working that we are trying to do in a coordinated way. So in terms of communication, the Spanish agency published an first information note during the first phase of the pilot, explaining the scope of the project, which is exclusively, I repeat, but it's really important, for hospital-use medicinal products administered in hospitals by health professionals. Besides, easy instructions were included for reading the data matrix code that will capture the most updated data and authorized leaflet through a web URL service. And to do this, it makes use of the global or national trade item number that it's included in the primary packaging. And we can find this global or national trade item number in Nomenclator for Prescription, that is a public database of the Spanish agency. One year after the pilot, as I say, the Spanish Society of Hospital Pharmacy sent a satisfaction survey to the hospitals, and after that, the second phase of the pilot started, and the Spanish agency published the second information note. So this second initiative lasted a year and was implemented progressively with new presentations, but the system was the same as the first phase of the pilot. So the Spanish Agency of Hospitals, again, is starting and currently is carrying out another evaluation surveys at hospitals. They will report the result to the Spanish agency. But the situation, what is the current situation that we have today? According to the latest emails exchange with the Spanish agency, the evaluation surveys for the hospital pharmacy have already begun, and I think that they are almost complete, but I'm not really sure about that. And for the Spanish agency, the pilot can be considered finished when the results that demonstrate the proof of concept of the pilot are available. So after that, when we have the results, the Spanish agency will communicate this final data to the European Commission. We don't know the exact moment. And this communication will be aimed at confirming that the pilot medicines can be maintained without a paper leaflet based on the current legislation. Furthermore, it will evaluate it if it is possible to add new medicines in this pilot from the hospital setting. However, everything is subject to the response of the European Commission, but the current legislative landscape does not seem to prevent the member states from advancing in these suppression measures, because these suppression measures are quite aligned with the future pharmaceutical, with the proposal of the future pharmaceutical legislation. Okay, but why? Why this pilot? First of all, to evaluate the impact after eliminating paper leaflet and the addition of data matrix. In fact, it is already contemplated in the Commission Delegate Regulation 2016-161 for safety features appearing on the packaging, where it is said that those applicants who are required to include the unique identifier by a barcode, if it's technically feasible and they are encouraged, they can exploit the residual storage capacity to include more information. So it's an aspect that we can see in other regulations, not only in the pilot. So to generate, and the other reason is to generate data and information to guide the next pharma legislation, especially considering the progression of new medicines and its or their increased use at pharma level. In fact, in the actual Directive 2001/83, Article 63, allows for a certain flexibility based on which the pilot has been developed in Spain. Because with that, we can include all the information inside the data matrix. We have flexibility to improve these measures. We are not working out of the law. And in the future pharma legislation, curiously same numbering, Article 63, that talks about general principles on package leaflet. The article is similar, but no, it's different because it's not only for hospital medicines. It will be extended to the community pharmacy. In fact, in this article, it said that if the package leaflet is only made available electronically, the patient's right to a printed copy should be guaranteed upon request and free of charge, and it should be ensured that the information in digital format is easily accessible to all patients. Due to that, Pharma Industria during this week with ASEC, that is the Generic Association and Advertising Medicines, are planning a meeting with RICO, that is a printing company, because one of the proposals for this implementation is to put printers in pharmacies to print the leaflet to the patient. But it's one of the possibilities that we are trying to study for implementing the future pharmaceutical legislation. It's only a possibility, it's not real today. So to sum up, the main reasons of this pilot are that it allows evaluating flexibility, efficiency, and safety, and it's a national project complementary to the European ePI project. So what are our next steps, or our common steps? Improving identification and a better interoperability between the ePI e-health system and more supply chain flexibility, simplifying leaflet generation process and reducing the footprint, increasing, of course, the patient safety, and a very important one, disseminating evidence-based approaches to error reduction. And finally, this pilot will result helping to ensure legislative readiness to transition from paper to electronic PIL. So the idea, or the main objective for us, is that with a code and a mobile phone, you can access complete and updated information authorized about the medicine. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this presentation and giving us an overview from the industry in Spain and about the activities you are taking. We've had a few questions, so we have a few minutes to go over those questions. So firstly, okay, are HCPs in Spain using their own devices to scan products and read ePI, or they are provided with special devices in hospital?
I think that they are using a data matrix scan, I guess. But the idea is the Spanish agency is working in an application on your mobile phone that with that you can scan this data matrix to the Spanish agency online information. But I guess that at hospital is with a scan device, not with the mobile phone.
Okay. Another question about whether you could elaborate more on the printing machines in Spain.
It was an idea between Pharma Industria and Generic Associations, because we are all focused on eliminate the paper leaflet on the community pharmacy too, because we think that it's in line with the future pharmaceutical legislation. but it's not easy because here in Spain, the community pharmacies are not really happy about that. So the objective is to simplify this paper waste. So an accurate idea for me is to have the printing machine at the community pharmacy, and if the patient wants the leaflet in paper, you can print it at the moment. But it's an idea, it's a project, and the meeting, I guess that it will be tomorrow. I'm not in Madrid, but I don't have more news. I guess I wish to have more, but it's all that I know right now.
Have patients also been consulted? Do they want EPIs?
Yes, the hospital surveys are focused on the patient opinion, and also the pharmacy services at hospitals. And after the first pilot phase and the first satisfaction surveys, it was really, really, really positive. But the thing is that at hospital level is different, because you have a health professional with you when you are dispensing or administering the medicine. Is different. The patient, I think that he or she feels safe because it's in a hospital atmosphere. The main problem, I think, that it will be to change it, this atmosphere, to the pharmaceutical communities is more difficult. But the results are really positive.
Okay, good to hear. A few more minutes so we can take a few more questions. Firstly, someone has commented that in community pharmacy, a data matrix on the outer carton should be sufficient. What do you think about that?
We have the same problem in pharma industry, because some of our companies associated want to change the data matrix for a QR code, because they have many multi-country medicines, and it's the idea or the objective is to have a common code, or data matrix, or QR code. And they think that QR code is easier because it's more common in all the member states. So the idea is, or to propose to the Spanish agency this idea, because it's really strong right now. We are working on the future pharma legislations in topics, and one of them is the EPI. And our companies are making questions in order to translate this question to the Spanish agency. One of them is if it is possible to use the QR code, because they prefer it instead of the data matrix. So for me, it will be a good idea, but it depends on the Spanish agency.
Another question that we have had earlier is what will the Spanish agency do between the pilot finishing and the rollout of EPI under the new regulation? And will the PL be put back into the package? And also, are there any intention of piloting in retail pharmacies?
As from my point of view, and from my experience, and the different communications I had with the Spanish agency, the idea is to add more presentations in the pilot. That's the first point. And after that, to develop the application for the mobile phone to scan the data matrix. And after that, we can start to introduce not only hospital medicines, but we can also include some types of medicines that are only in community pharmacy. But it's really difficult, because the legislation is not the same for hospitals and for community pharmacy here in Spain, and it will be challenging, I guess.
Lastly, we have time for the last question. One we have received, who would pay for the costs of the paper PIL in case they would be printed out in the pharmacy?
Industry. It's super clear, this question. Industry will pay. Because industry prefers to pay the printers and the X number of copies that put the paper leaflet on the packaging. They have studies and it's okay for the industry.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having the time to answer all of these questions. Questions keep rolling in, meaning that obviously it's a valued discussion, and we would like to thank you for finding the time to give us these examples of the Spanish experience. We're now moving on. We have heard from different countries, and we are moving further towards the patient. And firstly, I'm very happy to welcome Aet Raukas, who is a regulatory affairs team lead in Novartis in Estonia. And she will tell us a little about the results of a survey in Estonia on attitudes towards packages without paper PIL and how ready the society is.
Hello, good day to everyone. And thank you, Christine, for introducing me. It has been a fantastic conference, much new information and ideas we can connect to. So I am here to talk to you about the general population survey in Estonia to clarify a picture about people's attitudes towards drug packages without paper information leaflets and people's readiness to use electronic information leaflets. And during the presentation, I refer to these leaflets as paper pill and e-pill, respectively. So, the survey was financed by EPME and FBA and conducted by a market research company, Norstat. The goal of the survey was to get a view of Estonian residents' attitudes and how they feel about reading drug information on paper versus online. The survey gives opportunity to assess people's readiness to acquire the habit of using pill available via electronic channels. The survey was conducted in April this year, and the analysis was performed during the summer. APMA is committed to share necessary information to society by publishing the survey results and to raise awareness about transition to digital labeling. Now, regarding the survey interviews, these were conducted by phone in order to ensure the participation in the survey of people who may potentially be most challenged by a transition to digital labeling. That means those who are least digitally engaged. Confirmed by Norstat, the sample is representative. That means in a sample of 1,000 inhabitants, there are exactly as many men and women, age groups, people with different home languages, education, different places of residence, and so on, as there are in the population. Estonian language is the only official state language, and it is the native language for 70% of the population. A native language for around 30% of the population is other language than Estonian. And from this list, the most spread minority language is Russian. And to retrieve the optimal data set at the beginning of an interview, an investigator asked each respondent to select a preferred language for communication. And in one part of analysis, the sample is divided by the selected language. So let's move on and let's review the survey questions. The first one is, do you read a paper leaflet inside a drug package? In case the question is answered as never, then the second question is, why don't you read a paper leaflet? The next one then will be, what do you do with a paper leaflet when you open a package? And thereafter, do you prefer to read a paper leaflet via an electronic channel, or next option, as it is today, a paper leaflet inside a package, or third option, as no opinion? And then the one before the last question is, how do you feel about reading a leaflet only electronically? And the last question is, what would you do if there was no leaflet inside a drug package? So let's review the survey results. And one moment. So to summarize the survey results, there will be many figures and percents, and bear with me. I will try to guide you through them and point out the most significant results. So to summarize, in general, the tables are compiled mainly by gender and age, and some tables also by the language in which the responses were preferred to give. The tables reflect weighted data. Let's start with the results to the first question, as you can already see in your screens. Do you read a paper leaflet inside a drug package? Estonian residents are generally interested in a drug which they are about to take, as in total 40% of respondents said they always read the paper leaflet, and 47% sometimes. So to add them, total of it will be 87% of respondents. There is a gender difference noted. 91%, that means 9 in 10 women always or sometimes read the drug leaflet, whereas 83%, that means 8 in 10 men do this. 17% of men never read the paper pill. A total of 13% of all respondents never read a paper pill. And let's move to the right side of the slide, looking by age groups. The more mature age groups, the higher probability they always read the paper pill. And respondents in age group 65 to 74 are the most likely to always read paper pill. And the eldest age group only slightly less. Okay, so the second question. The reason for not reading the paper pill was asked only from those who answered that they never read, and 128 responses were obtained. More than half, 57% of the respondents who do not read the paper pill confirmed that they get the necessary information from a doctor or pharmacist. And the small font size or complexity of the text disturbed 18% and 12% of the respondents respectively. Then there was 34 respondents who selected other and gave answers such as they do not use medicines, not in a language that they understand, or they find the responses online, or that they use only one drug and know its information already. And on the right side of the slide, looking at age groups, in all age groups, the most popular answer was that they get information from a doctor or a pharmacist. And those who are not interested in paper pill were, as expected, more among younger age groups. So let's go to the next question. And the next question was, what do you do with the paper leaflet when you open a package? The men were more likely than women to throw away paper pill when opening a package, 42 and 34% respectively. The interesting finding related to this question is that the answer depends on the language that the respondent preferred to communicate in. So the chart on the right reflects the distribution by language of response. Of the Estonian-speaking respondents, 59% keep the paper pill when opening the pack, and every third, 34%, throws it away. The respondents who responded in Russian language are more evenly divided into two. Half of them, 50%, keep, and almost half, 46%, throw it away. As we don't have much time for discussion, then let me interpret this now and say this is an expected result. The reason is that there is only an Estonian language pill in the packs, and people who prefer Russian or any other language as a first language are more used to search drug-related information online. Then there was a small fraction, 6% of respondents, who selected other and gave answers such as they do not use medicines or that it depends, they read and keep if described for the first time, otherwise they discard. And there was also responses that indicated that a few respondents had no established pattern and they acted according to the mood. So now, next. The next question is, what is the preferred channel to read a drug leaflet? Is it via an electronic channel like computer, mobile or tablet? Or the second option as it is today, a paper leaflet inside the package, or the people would not express their opinion, or they don't have it. So across all subgroups, every fourth respondent, 33%, prefers to receive pill electronically. And this is important to remember, as this is the result marking the baseline value at year 2024. 66%, or 2 in 3 respondents, say they prefer a paper pill. There are more men among those who prefer the electronic channel, 28% of all male respondents, and more women who prefer a paper pill, 72% of women respondents. And let's move to the right side of the slide again and analyzing the answers by age groups. If it were possible to choose, among those up to 50 years old, that means the first 3 age groups together, 1/3 or 31% of the respondents would prefer to receive the leaflet electronically. On the other hand, 3/4 of those over 50, the last 3 age groups combined, prefer to receive a paper pill inside the medication package. And 12% of respondents had no opinion, including 10% of women and 14% of men. So let's go on. Men and women respondents answered almost equally to this question. How do you feel about reading a drug leaflet only electronically on a computer, mobile, or tablet? So the gender difference between answers to that question was within 1%. And this is why I do not present columns by gender. Let's save some space for the more interesting results here. So as you can see, 30% of all respondents were in favor of, and 42% had a neutral opinion, whereas 28% were against reading the leaflet only electronically. And when we observe the distribution of responses by preferred language of response, Russian-speaking respondents are more in favor of electronic channels, 43 of them across all age groups, and only 19% are negative. Corresponding figures among respondents in Estonian language are 24% in favor of and 32% against. Now, on the right side of the slide, it's the distribution by age, and 3 younger age groups are predominantly in favor or neutral about reading electronically. And if positive and neutral opinions are added together, we get as high percentage as 72. Distribution by age group reveals that the more mature age groups, the more respondents have a firm position being against reading only ePIL. Okay. And let's move to the responses to the last question. What would you do if there was no leaflet inside a drug package? It is good to see that in the absence of a paper leaflet from the medication package, most people would still turn to somewhere or someone. As you see across all subgroups, regardless of gender, age, language preference, pharmacists and doctors are a reliable and universally recognized source to get information. And in addition, at the current time point, another relevant number to memorize, more than half, it is 61% of all respondents would make a search online. 3/4 of all people up to 50 years old, half of respondents between 50 to 74 years, and 1/3 of respondents over 75 years would make a search online. Only 7% answered that they would do nothing, and 3% added their comment. And comments were mostly that the respondents do not use medicines, or their spouse, children, or friend would search online information for them. Okay. We have reached to conclusions. So, a Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association at the driver's seat, we conducted a pioneering survey to map Estonian population attitudes and preferences, how people wish to receive leaflet information. The survey found a high level of comprehension that the pill information is important, and this potential should be used to guide patients towards electronic sources and thereby prepare them to embrace an ePIL. In the comparison by age groups, the main question marks are related to the attitudes among middle-aged and elderly people. There is still much to do to raise the awareness of the ePIL advantages, such as it is always up to date and therefore the safest version to read. It is easy to access at any time, and one does not lose it. It is always available online. And the digital leaflet includes convenient and legible fonts. Currently, a paper pill is preferred among study respondents. Still, there is a considerable proportion of respondents who responded that they would be fine with ePIL only. And the regulators, community activists, and patient organizations can build on this and encourage people to take into use the benefits brought by evolving digital opportunities. And furthermore, what we learned is that there are many people without a definite preference yet. And preparing them in a direction favorable to ePIL is fully possible. Now, about reliable online sources, sharing information about them, it is essential. And advice from pharmacists and doctors continues to be a recognized channel for obtaining product-related information in parallel with online options. And about the future agenda, some words. For our association, it includes to continue promoting ePIL advantages to the public and continue to improve the availability of user-friendly drug information and to conduct the follow-up service to monitor the changes in population attitudes over time. So, and with this, I thank you for attention and back to you, Kristin.
Thank you for this presentation and giving us this kind of in-depth perspective on what are people actually thinking and how ready a society of Estonia, as an example, is. We have one very specific question about your survey methods, saying that could you please elaborate on the background of why it matters, what kind of agenda the person is from, or why you chose this as one of your metrics?
Yes, yeah, what we did, it was survey type, cross-sectional type study, and it is, you know, some geometrics or parameters of the sample is always relevant to obtain. And perhaps this, you know, making the further analysis, what we are obviously planning also in the future, and checking the statistical significance of the change over time once we do the new studies after some time, after some years. Then such parameters of sample covariates, they will help us to improve the identification of what to do with these results, and how to build the focused campaigns to the target groups in the general population, how to approach the people, or how to approach the patients better, and really to tailor the messages to them.
Thank you. Although several presenters earlier today have already discussed the benefits of having electronic information and that this easily available to the public, a question from the public also comes that it is clear that a high percentage of patients read the paper leaflet, and up to 80% prefer the leaflet as a paper, based on the survey that you presented to us. Why is it that we have to push to turn digital something that works currently in paper? And isn't there enough signs that patients, they don't want it, they don't want that kind of a change?
Yes, this is a puzzle, you know, but you know, it's not sustainable. Are we going to, you know, continue to, you know, cut the trees and destroy the jungle, and you know, really to abuse all the world resources and fossil energy and so on and so forth? So it's my simple answer is that the paper pills in such amounts that are now used, created, produced, and destroyed nowadays, it's not sustainable, and we are not going to support it.
Another question coming in with many searching medicine information online, it will be essential that trusted EPI sources become well known through public awareness campaigns. You spoke a lot about awareness as well. How do you plan on raising awareness?
True. This takes continuous planning. This takes continuous discussion with all the stakeholders around the table. So what we have already done, we see the state agency of medicines as a very good collaboration partner, and we are, and also the pharmacists, hospital pharmacists, patient organizations, nurses, and other HFPs associations as well. So it is about brainstorming the ideas. It is all about the communication, giving interviews, articles, push the topic to awareness of each and every citizen.
Thank you, Atraukas, for your insights and for the experience from the survey. It is very good to see that the questions too keep coming in, meaning that this is a vital conversation to have. And unfortunately, we don't have time for all questions, but we will now move on. And I still invite you to ask those questions. Okay. And as I said earlier, we will try to get answers after the conference as well, if we can, and if we have this opportunity. So moving on to our last bit of today's conference and this afternoon session, as already mentioned, we have turned our attention to the patient by already the previous presentation and hearing about different attitudes that people have. We have invited a patient or a representative of patients to join this conference as well, so that we could ask those very same questions directly from someone as well. So I'm very happy to invite to have a dialogue with me Janek Kapper, who is from the Estonian Chamber of People with Disabilities. He is a founder and president of the Estonian Inflammatory Bowel Disease Association, and also a chairman of the North Estonia Medical Center Patient Advisory Board. Welcome, Janek, and thank you for being here to conclude today's conference with us. Just a reminder for the public, after our discussion with Janek, there will still also be a short Q&A session with some of the previous presenters as well. So if you still have any questions for them, we welcome you to give them to us. But as I said, we have talked a lot about different perspectives. We have talked about technical opportunities. We have talked about examples of how things are done currently, what are the European institutions looking into, what kind of pilots they're doing. And in the course of that, we have also talked a lot about different opportunities and benefits, such as keeping medicine information up to date for patients, or keeping down costs, or more recently about the environmental benefits. Janek, you represent patients today here. What is the patient perspective? Do you think patients in general, or you specifically, are you looking forward to at one point having information only digitally?
First of all, thank you for having me, and thank you for the presentations that earlier I had opportunity to listen. For the patients, I think it's really important to get the information as soon as possible and up to date, because if there is new info, then for the different symptoms, and we don't know it, it will be harmful for the patient. So I'm definitely like to have this electronic leaflet as soon as possible. And I'm happy that Estonia is one of the leaders in this project.
The previous presentation also highlighted, at one hand, people's positive attitude towards perhaps having e-pills in the future, but at the same time painted us a very clear picture on how people's habits are today and how much they actually use paper pills currently. This enables us to talk about different challenges and how difficult it might be to change people's habits. What do you see? What are the biggest challenges when we currently look at the perspective of having paperless information in a few years' time?
I think there are different obstacles. One of them is probably the habits, because it's really hard to change habits. When you have done something all your life one way, and now you have to do it in some other way, it's scary. And I know for sure for my family, my parents, that they do electronic stuff, but they are doing like they write down exactly step by step what they have to do. So imagine if there is an update or there is some change in a process, they can't do it anymore. So it's really scary for them. But the young people, they are born with a phone in the hand, so no problem for them. So we have to probably educate more, raise the health literature, because we benefit all, the patients, the government, the pharma, everyone. So more education is needed, because if the end user don't know what good it will be to use this leaflet, he will not use it. And of course, the hospital side that we are now practicing, the first pilot project in Estonia, for my personal experience was that when we had some new drug, usually the doctor just prescribe it. The nurse will bring you the pills, or if it was intravenous, then the mix was already prepared. You only saw the name, that it was your name. It was good. You read your name in the bag, but what was inside and the leaflet, no one actually gave it to you. So again, the patients need to be prepared to ask. But in some countries, when you ask too many questions, it's not good, because the other side will, why do you need? Because me as a doctor, I know what I prescribe you. But again, it's the question of the health literature. The more I know, the more I can actually participate in my health journey, health medication, because this is my body and I have to have choice, because if I'm not, then I'm not willing also maybe take the pills as I need it.
So from here, probably one of the main points is that on our paths to having electronic product information, it is vital that people still have the same amount of information that they do today, or even more. Do you think there are some parts of the society, probably older generation, who will have struggles with using digital information? And what do you think? What are the main sort of solutions that you can envision?
There will be many people who struggle, but I think it will help if we have the same standard, because then you get used to it, that this part is very important for the patient. This part is important for the pharma, for the describing what should you do, and how to tell whom to tell, or how to tell if you have side effects and so on. But it's the easy lay language for the patients, because for me personally, I don't like to read all this long paper, but the information should be there. And if it's in electronic way, then it's really good if it's even more information than we have today. But again, it comes down to the details. How do you present it? If the most important information is, page 50, I scroll and I get bored and I close the application. Just like with every application you download, you don't read, you just say, I accept. Same problem with the APL. So it's really important to know what is important for patients. Maybe there will be the standard that this part is for patients. This is really important for them. I can click and I only read this. And if I need more, I can click the next box, and then there is the other information that's need to be there. But maybe I don't need to read it every time. And also, when there is new info available, I prefer that this is presented, that this part of this leaflet is now updated, so I don't have to read it all again.
I think this is a very interesting point that at one hand, having digital and paperless information gives us this opportunity to give a lot more information as resources perhaps allow this. At the same time, it could be a challenge, overwhelming people with information. At the same time, as you mentioned, this could also be a solution or a benefit that having information online can allow us to sort of structure it differently, or structure it to a way that it actually helps the patient. Do you think that there are some people who, regardless of how much we think about how to present this information and having it in a standardized way, as you mentioned, that there will still be people who will be unable to access that information if it's digital?
Definitely, because there can be many reasons. There can be you don't have internet, your battery is dead at the moment, because you need this information usually when you have some side effects. And usually those happen at midnight. Maybe you don't even know where your phone is. You feel bad. You are confused. You are, in a panic. So you don't even know where to look. But today, when you have this pill and the paper is inside, I took those pills, so you know where to search. But this is one example. But the other is the thing that many people don't just use, like my mother-in-law. She used still the old Nokia 51 with a button. So she will never get this opportunity to have an electronic way. She's scared to have it.
What do you think? What are the solutions for people like that? Today we've spoken about the role of the pharmacies. We have spoken about printing, and in some cases, what do you think? What are the solutions for people who probably will not be able to, either because of their skill sets or because of their resources or the applications that they have, they will not be able to use digital information?
I think it comes down to the communication, because first of all, when you are at your doctor, he will prescribe you the new drugs. He can have a chat. He can ask you, how do you want to have this leaflet? Do you know your symptoms? But the doctor should do his work. So probably the nurse or the pharmacist will be the person who will ask you. And then it's the personal approach that if you need to have paper, you feel safe at home, it's a printed version and it works. But if you say that it's okay, I know where to look, and as we go public and have more educational seminars, people will know more, and the fear will go away, because even today we have this Estonian official register where you can actually go and see all those leaflets, but I'm not sure that everyone knows and everyone uses it. So there are a lot of work, communications. because this is because even when you go to the doctor, most of the problems are lack of communication.
Yes, I think it's a very good point that you mentioned the communication part. I think there are a lot of situations where when these kind of solutions are rolled out, then there's a lot of backlash, especially, for example, from the older parts of the society, because they feel that they are being left out. But at the same time, obviously, a lot of people who have to use drugs constantly are actually from that societal group. How to deal with that backlash? Is it the state's problem? Is it something that the doctors have to deal with? Probably. Is it for the pharmacist? Is it for patient activists? How do you think this kind of communication should be done so that there would be as little backlash as possible?
I think we all have to do our part. Even me as a son, I need to help my parents, and so all the caregivers can help. What government can do? I know that we're just having the new electronic health system built, but I don't think that today we can see the drugs we are taking, but I don't see the leaflet. I know that in a working group, I propose that we should have it, but it's not yet done, so it's in the near future. Again, one more tool to have, because when you know that all your medical information is online already, and you can access with one click, then you should have also the leaflet in the same system. You don't have to even scan the QR code, but you know that you log in, you see what drug are you taking, and of course the artificial intelligence should be also done, because when we are talking about older people, I'm sure they have many diseases and many different drugs, so there can be side effects because of the two different drugs. I know that doctors already have this tool available, but I'm hoping that also the patients will have it soon. Again, one small thing, but the trust we get that we can log in and we have everything in one place is huge.
Do you foresee that for example, in Estonia today already the a lot of problems that people expect to see their doctor more than they actually do their primary caregiver, the primary care doctor, more than they actually can see because of resources, and people, especially older generation, find it difficult to understand that for example, the nurse working for the family practitioner is the one who's supposed to give you your first information. That in a case of starting more and more to use electronic product information, the burden that the primary caregivers, the primary care practitioners have to take on will increase even more. And if we look at situation in Estonia, where people are very hesitant and even angry sometimes because they feel that they cannot reach their family doctor as much as they can, and thus this kind of a trust and reliability into the system also decreases. Do you see this as a potential problem area as well?
Yeah, I can see, but I hope it will go away in the future, because as we all know, there are not enough doctors. So the nurse will be the next best thing, and then the artificial intelligence will also be implemented more and more. But the older generation, they are used to go to the doctor. The doctor was the god, so you don't change it. So we just have to hope that there'll be more younger people who will benefit, and then the doctor have time for the other part of the population who really need to see them. Because if they don't see, they will be angry, they will be pissed off, they will, and this also can make them more sick because they are nervous. So, everyone should understand the situation, and I'm fine not to see the doctor every time, but that is the trust question, because I need to be sure that actually the one who is prescribing or answering me is qualified.
You mentioned perhaps it's not a question of when or if, it's probably a question of how to deal with this kind of a rollout periods, meaning that most probably e-pills will come. The question is how to sort of deal with the struggles that might happen. You mentioned the role of, for example, relatives, younger people helping those who have challenges. Do you see any other solutions that are really important? You said artificial intelligence as well, some AI solutions, nurses as well, perhaps pharmacists that were also discussed earlier. Do you see any other solutions that we can take away from today that the regulators and also the industries can sort of take into account when thinking about how to make this process easier for patients who have challenges?
Probably we can use more patient associations, because patients trust the associations, and when the associations are already invited to those projects, then we know what's going to happen. If they ask, we can say that yes, don't worry, this is safe, you can trust it, you can, because there be many questions, and there'll be always someone who doubt and don't trust it. But the more are people involved from the start, the more are people sure that everyone's interests are on the table and addressed right time. So we have to work together and make more public seminars or public posts and reach the people, not only in social media, but also where the people are. First of all, we have to, of course, understand where are they, where they get the information, and we have to provide the information on the way they understand, not just make leaflet and say, checkbox, we made the leaflet, and they should now know that we also need to ask later, did you really understood why this is now electronically? What benefit do you get? And what's your fear? Because the right questions on right time will give the answers, and if you act accordingly, you can make even small adjustments and everything will work better.
Do you think there are any other pathways to include the patient's voices? You mentioned what you just described and the relevance or the importance of that, but patient organizations are one of the solutions. Do you have any good examples of how patients' voices have been used in other processes? Also, something we can take away from this.
There are probably many good examples, but the most important thing is always have the patients from the start and listen to them, because in some way you can be invited to the room, but you are in the back and no one is really listening you. But when you are invite us on purpose. You want to learn, because we are not like a salesman. And listen carefully when we say, because those small things can change the outcome. And it's easier to focus from the start than in a later process to start rethinking and redoing things. So don't invite patients just for tick boxing, because in Europe we all know that there is a rule that you need to have patients involved, but take most of us. We are there to help. We want to do cooperation with you. We want to help because this is our motivation to help. And when we see that our help is needed, we get more motivated and we come back and help you in other projects. But if we feel in the end that we just got used and we are just one voice in the desert, it will kill the motivation. This is my personal view. So, but I think it's important. We want to be and help.
So yeah, to conclude our little discussion here at the end, I understand that you're optimistic about the prospect of having e-pills. It's just the question of how to make them happen, how to communicate these changes, and how to make everyone have enough information and also include the voices of the patients.
Yes, but just from the morning session, I had one fear that there is the option that every European country can decide when they are going. So I was just thinking that, okay, in Estonia we have this electronic, but if it will be other round, that someone is coming to Estonia and he don't know nothing. In his country, it's already always been a paper. How he can adapt it in Estonia? Because we can be example, but how they will come, we also have to think that if the other persons are coming, and do we have, does everyone speak the language that he can go to pharma and ask? Because I don't think that everyone even speak Estonian in some part of the Estonian. But
that is true. Yeah.
Small part of the fear.
Yes, I think that it's a good point, and it ties us very well to what we started with in the morning of having this harmonized approach between the European countries. Thank you, Janek, for your perspectives. I think in a day where we've heard a lot about the industry and the regulatory perspectives, this patient view is vital, because ultimately giving information to patients is what these leaflets are for, whether they're on paper or digitally. So as I promised, to tie up this session, I would like to invite the speakers who are able to join us for a very brief Q&A session as well, just to look at some of the questions that haven't been answered today. So welcome back to some of the presenters who are still able to give us some insights. I would like to come to one of the questions that we already discussed with Janek a bit as well, but gotten throughout the day a few times. So the question about whether there are problems with reaching digital information. So whether there's no battery, no internet, whether there's an emergency situation, a flood, a storm, these kind of situations, what are the sort of checks and balances or safeguards in situations like these? And perhaps from the Norwegian perspective, we can answer that.
Well, I'm guessing that this could be a problem, but the most information you would need is when you start up with the medication. That's the pain. That's the point where you need to be most informed, I guess. And I feel that if in those situations there is ample time, so it's not that critical in my view. And of course, there is also a focus in Norway now on civil preparedness, so that you have backup solutions for chargers and things like that in case of this emergency happening. So I see that in such events that we have a lack of digital availability of information, I think the lack of availability to patient package leaflets would not be the most pressing point. I would think that the other points would be even more damaging for people in such situations. Lack of ability to communicate effectively with others and things like that. So you really need to put this question into perspective, that if you go into those kind of crises, then this is not sort of there will be huger problems than your inability to access the leaflet, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Another quick question to Doug, as we've had from the Estonian perspective, a question we got during your presentation as well, but didn't manage to ask that. How has Norway addressed the issue about providing paper leaflets to patients who are unable to or unwilling to use digital information?
Well, that hasn't really been discussed in detail yet. We're waiting for what the legislation will look like, but we are sort of now trying to move as many patients as possible to the digital format, so that the amount of persons that will want to have a leaflet printed would be as low as possible. We certainly need to address how we're going to give out the printed document when that's needed, but that's not been discussed in detail how that's going to be done in practice. There is a lot of solutions that may come into. There's a lot of ways that can be achieved, and so printing pharmacies would be one option, but there are several other options as well that may be considered. So that work hasn't really begun yet.
Thank you. A question to Art as well, something we didn't get around to earlier, which also ties in a bit with the pharmacists, as it has been mentioned through several presentations. Has there been any exploration on what the pharmacists in Estonia or in Baltics, what do they think about this kind of a shift? And is there any kind of collaboration going on between the industry and the pharmacists?
Yes, there is a collaboration going on between pharmacists, hospital pharmacists, pharma industry, and it started already some years ago when our health authorities, State Agency of Medicines, dedicated persons called us to the round table, and at that last year, the round table, all pharmacist associations which are here in Estonia were represented. So I advise pharmacists to turn to their respective associations to get more information, and I encourage really pharmacists to raise up these topics within their associations meetings and member lists, and really to communicate between themselves. And the Hospital Pharmacist Association has been a great collaboration partner already for years. So I would say that the challenges we have listed together with our health authorities regarding this e-pill and paperless pill hospital pilot project that is also ongoing in Estonia. Yeah, I would say that the collaboration goes really fine and it's tight.
Thank you, Ed, for these remarks, and thank you to the presenters as a whole as well. This has been a very interesting session, tying in several examples from different countries with the patient questions as well. unfortunately, our time for this session is coming to a close. However, we would like to look at our audience for a brief moment. So when we started our day, then we looked through the Slido to see where you're from and what kind of experience you have with paperless information and with paper information. Now we would also use the Slido app just real quick to get a sense of how you're feeling after this long but a very productive day with different information shared. So if you would be so kind, we would for the last time today, we would ask you to go to the Slido app at slido.com, insert the code EPI24, and we have a question there for you about today's conference. While you have a chance to write down your your brief comments in one word, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the presenters who were able to join the conference today. Judging from the number of people registered and from the people who have been with us throughout the day, this is a very necessary conversation and something that very many people around this table are interested in. I'm very happy that we got some good conversation here about sharing examples, sharing experiences, and giving future prospects as well. With regards to that, I would like to once again thank the Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers here in Estonia, also its Baltic partners for having this great Baltic cooperation format that has attracted attention all around Europe and countries even further apart. And secondly, we would like to thank the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations for their support for today's conference. So now let's look at, for the last thing, let's look at what you wrote down. What are your thoughts? What is the main information or the main emotion that you are leaving this conference here today? I'm very happy that interesting is the word that is the most prominent, but also questions about informative, insightful, and enlightening, I think, are the words that we were going for. So we are very happy that these are the emotions that you feel currently. Of course, cooperation is necessary, and hopefully you listening here today found insights and shared experiences, which you can also follow up after this conference as well. As I said, the recording of today will be available to you after today's sessions as well, so that you can freshen up your ideas or look through the information that you found the most useful. As for me, thank you. It has been a very interesting day for me as well, mainly as a patient in today's communications. Thank you. Have a great evening, and hopefully we'll see you again, either virtually or physically.